the opening of Parliament. Live from the Bahamas Convention Center.
Good morning and welcome to our broadcast. It's the opening of Parliament today. The proceedings will feature the swearing in of new members and the speech from the throne by the Governor General. Now that will give way to the start of the new legislative agenda for the new government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. On September 16th, the Progressive Liberal Party, led by Philip Davis, captured the hearts, minds, and votes of the Bahamian people, winning 32 of 39 seats. The remaining 7 seats went to the Free National Movement. Now, this year's ceremony, however, will be a bit different, as it will not be held in Parliament Square as traditionally done. It will be held at the Bahamas Convention Center for several reasons, including the fact that Parliament Square is partially closed due to the ongoing demolition of the Churchill building. But what we expect to remain the same is the level of emotion, passion, and the fashion. Now, we will take you live to Bahamas in a bit, but first I'd like to introduce my in-studio guest today, former Cabinet Minister, the Honorable V. Alfred Gray. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much, Brother Reed, and it's really a pleasure to be here today, and I hope that I can add to the occasion.
I'm sure you will, and of course you have been through this ceremony before, more than once, the opening of the start of the first session of the new government. But can you take us back to the first time you went through this? Can you recall what that was like as a first-time parliamentarian?
Well, I was elected for the first time in 1987, and I can't remember much about it, except that I remember well that I wore a long coat tail. That was the first time. And I had that suit made. It is still in the closet. It's much, much too small for me now. But I was just full of nostalgia. And I was leaning on the wisdom and experience of Sir Lyndon Pindling, because every step I took for which I was uncertain, I asked his advice. And he gave it very willingly. And I believe over the last 25, 30 years, I have learned some things being exposed to Parliament and its proceedings.
Now you have a lot of new parliamentarians this time around. Different challenges in 1987, perhaps. What do you think is going through their minds as they prepare to take on the challenges of governance?
Well, you know, they must be thinking, or they should be thinking, of how they could deliver to the Bahamian people on some of the promises they made. That's a burden that every member of Parliament of goodwill carry, because it is not just about you having been elected. It's about the people that you have been elected to serve. And if your motive is correct, it has some nostalgia, but it also has, in my view, a weight of sort, because you are the mouthpiece of the electorate in your constituency, and you are expected to represent them well. And if you don't do that, I guess you will just be a one-term MP.
Now, of course, when you are a cabinet minister, as you have been, and a parliamentarian, how difficult is that, balancing the work of the cabinet and taking care of the people in your constituency the way they see fit?
Well, cabinet is a special responsibility. The member of Parliament has his responsibility outside cabinet to ensure that whatever he says and or does inures to the benefit of his constituency particularly, and the Bahamian people generally. Because once you're elected to Parliament, you are the people's representative. You may have a constituency, but when you speak, it ought to be tainted with the whole country in mind. And I think the elected parliamentarians, they seem to be smart. And if they're willing to learn, they should do well.
Right. Now, we were showing you some shots not too long ago of the different rooms. As you said, it's a very different kind of opening because it's being held at Bahamas Resort. And if you look on your screen right now, what you're seeing there is where the speech from the throne will be given. The Governor General, Sir Cornelius A. Smith, will actually give the speech from the throne from there. But the Senate is being held in another room, and as the House of Assembly as well in another room as well. As you're looking right now, that is how the House of Assembly is going to be set up, and members of the 39 will actually take their seats in there today. And the Senate will be in another room after that. But they will all come together for the speech of the throne. Now let's talk about the speech of the throne, V. Alfred Gray. This is expected to outline the government's legislative, fiscal, economic agenda. What kinds of things do you expect to hear in the speech from the throne today?
Well, I don't want to preempt the speech's content because I really don't know what it contains. But I do believe it ought to spell out, perhaps in general terms, what the government hopes to do for and on behalf of the people of this country. I believe it will give an idea of the state of the country, and I'm not sure how that will be put, but from all the utterances I had heard so far, there are some things that have to be sorted out before they can really start to deliver. And I don't mean delay, but if there is little with which to do much, I think the Bahamian people ought to know that. And I'm hoping the speech from the throne is not overly ambitious, having regard to the reality. I think the people of the Bahamas need to know, in my view, the state of the nation, because expectations are running high. And if you cannot deliver because of what you meet in place, you will be kind of unwise not to state it right at the offset. Because the Bahamian people are very intelligent. If they know you only have $1, but you need 20, they know you have to work to get that 20 before you can spend it. And so I am hoping that the government would not hide and be shy about what's really the position of this country, because the Bahamian people will go with them as long as they know what's going on. If you leave them out, you run the risk of having expectations that you cannot meet, and they will be barking from every direction at you and not at what's going on.
And understandably so. We're going to take you live to the Bahamas Resort right now and the Convention Center, where Shoshana Roel-Farquharson is standing by. Good morning to you, Shoshana.
Good morning, Bahamas. Of course, we are coming to you live from Bahamas Convention Center, and I can tell you that the air is thick with excitement from those persons who have been invited to attend the opening of Parliament. Among them, Daphne Adderley, who told me that she hails from the great constituency of Garden Hills. First of all, talk about why it was important for you to be here.
It is important that I be here because it's a new day and new administration. And being a member of the Garden Hill constituency, where Honorable Mario Bowleg is my representative, I see where he is already on the run, and I expect to see that as this new administration moves on, that they would fulfill their promises for the Bahamian people. And I pray, God, that they would be, I pray, God, that they would fulfill their promises.
Thank you so much. And I would be remiss if I have you to leave. You know, this event, the opening of Parliament, is all about the fashion. You ladies, of course, you are fashion forward. Talk a little bit about what you have on here today.
Well, what I have on here is designed by my sister Beverly, and it's something I just took out of the closet and I thought it was more appropriate to wear today to celebrate this great grand occasion.
You look absolutely beautiful. How about you?
Okay, my name is Jan Bethel, and my outfit was designed by Angela. And this is the way on the special occasion as this today.
Okay. Many persons would have traveled to the nation's capital to be a part of this historic opening. Among them, they call themselves Ginger for the People. They would have ran one of the most energetic campaigns within this recent past general election. We have Edwin Strawn, someone who has been on the ground from day one representing the Member of Parliament for Pine Ridge, Ginger Moxie, as well as the Minister for Grand Bahama. Talk a little bit about why you are here today.
Well, I'm here today to support my MP, Ms. Ginger Moxie, and it's a historic occasion. Yeah, so I don't want to miss out on this.
Thank you. How about you, Glenn? I know you are also here. If your father was alive, he would have passed just a few months ago, just before the general election, and you are here representing him today. How significant is it for you?
It is definitely a joyous occasion here on the island of New Providence. Our attendance today was imperative for the mere fact that not only is this the opening of Parliament, but this is a very special moment for us. This is the first Member of Parliament for Grand Bahama who is actually a female in the Ministry of Grand Bahama. And to us, this is very special, and we're here to commemorate this moment with her.
And we have, of course, Ricky Martin, a businessman on Grand Bahama. Ricky, you are here. You said you would not miss this moment for the world. Talk about that.
Yes, it's a very, prestigious moment to be here to support Ginger Moxie. We have a lot of stuff that we have planned for Grand Bahama. Grand Bahama has been hurting for a very long time. She built a team around her with youth and energy, and we're here to support from start straight to finish. So we have a lot of great things coming up for Grand Bahama.
Also, your uncle, Senator Kirk Russell, he would have been appointed just yesterday. How do you feel about that?
It was great to have, a hometown boy, a hometown man as a senator. He came from Hunters and worked very hard in the campaign, and he's going to do a lot of great things. He have a lot of great things in labor, and he's going to do great.
There you have it. We will be back later, of course, with the speech from the throne that will outline the legislative agenda for the next session. Back to you guys in studio.
Thank you, Shashina. Well, Mr. Gray, 7 women MPs, the largest in a new parliament for ever, really. It's historic, isn't it?
I think the number is the highest ever. And, I look at the 7 women that ran, and they were more enthused about running and seeking to serve than I believe they are today in the context of energy. Having been elected, I am sure, having been appointed, they will do well to show that they could do it just as good or better than men. So they are off and running, and I'm excited, and I'm so glad that the Prime Minister has given at least 4 of them ministerial portfolios, and I believe that's a sign of what will happen in the future for the Bahamian Parliament.
And we also saw some representatives from Grand Bahama there, some of the supporters, I should say, from Grand Bahama. Now, Grand Bahama has been disappointed. Grand Bahamians have been disappointed for several years. So it's even more crucial now that they see some real light at the end of the tunnel. Eh?
Well, Grand Bahama is in a state of flux. Very little has happened over the last probably 5-6 years. I'm not sure the years, but I think Grand Bahama needs some economic impetus. And I believe Ginger, having worked at the Grand Bahama Port Authority as vice president, and the first female elected in and for Grand Bahama, I think she has a lot riding on her appointment and election, and I believe she can deliver. And so Grand Bahama should be in for something or some things good. I do hope so, anyway.
Well, let's talk about the proceedings for today. Of course, the House and the Senate will be meeting simultaneously. In the House of Assembly, a speaker has to be nominated and elected. You would like to talk a little bit about that process?
Well, the speaker is the woman or man of the hour. They basically control the proceedings after having been elected. And I don't believe much will happen today by way of speeches and all of that outside perhaps the speaker, the deputy, and I don't know if the prime minister will speak, but few speeches I'm sure will take place today. And after the elections of speaker and deputy, there will be one or two motions, and then the adjournment will come shortly after that. I don't see much happening by way of the agenda outside just the opening agenda.
Let's talk about the Senate as well. We see a lot of very young people being appointed as senators. Now, in the past, the Senate has been the place where you've had the more experienced people to actually serve in the upper chamber. They've got wisdom, they've got the experience, the know-how to go through those bills with even more precision, if you will. But now you've got a lot of very young people. How do you find that? Do you think that's an advantage or disadvantage? That the Senate is now being used more as a training ground?
I think it has its pros and cons. 20 years ago, the elderly women and men of our country who served the party that was elected was given an opportunity, having not to run for the House of Assembly, to serve in a special way. And that boded well for our country because you had experience and youth mixed. Today, the same is true, but I think the drift is towards getting young people ready for the governance of the country. I am glad to see that there are a few elderly persons amongst them. Maybe they haven't served before in any political capacity, but I think the shape of what I see lends itself to the future. And if you don't keep your eyes on the future, you will regret having come where you are because there will be no one to take it over. And you got to prepare young people to take over, whether you like it or not. Their day is going to come. And if they're not ready and prepared, you'll put the country in the hands of youthful leaders who are not ready and or prepared.
And the thing is, too, because we know there's been a lot of apathy amongst young people as far as politics, voting, which is really such a shame, considering all that it took to get the vote. So it's important, you think, that these younger senators now might encourage them to have a greater interest?
Well, more often
and participation,
than not,
really.
Young people shy away from the political arena because they see what abuse and otherwise the members carry. And so if they're not encouraged to offer, they seldom did previously. This is a new generation, and I believe they have come forward with good intentions. And I was so happy to see how the Progressive Liberal Party proceeded with its campaign. There was no mudslinging, and that's the standard. Because when people feel, like if I go out there, having had a past, they can bring it up, and all you do is relive your past. That's not good. And sometimes it's good to see that young people have the willingness to serve. And if they're willing to serve and they are willing to learn, our country will be in good hands because the elderly will soon be off the scene and somebody got to carry this country forward.
Absolutely. Well, let's go back to the Bahamas Resort now and Shoshana
we are back, and this time we have with us Bishop Reno B. Smith. He is the bishop at the Mount Gilead Church of Freeport, also traveling from Grand Bahama. You said that you've never missed an opening of Parliament. This is not what we are used to or accustomed to. This is outside of the traditional setting, of course, for several different reasons. But how do you feel nonetheless?
Well, I feel excited. I'm elated. Like I always tell people, the church is not a building. Wherever you go, that becomes the church. And so here we are at Bahamas Convention Center. This is Parliament Square this morning. So the location does not perpetuate the actual Parliament, but all the same, it is Parliament for us today, and we're here to celebrate the new day.
What do you hope to hear from the speech at the throne? I know we don't want to preempt that, but Grand Bahama has been through a lot. The country is currently going through a lot due to the global pandemic. What do you hope to hear? Some of the highlights.
I'm hoping to hear from the speech from the throne economic development and empowerment for the people of Grand Bahama. We have been bewitched, bewildered, bombarded, whatever, for many years, especially as it relates to the selling of the Lucaine Hotel. We hope that that deal is finally closed and that economic development will come to Grand Bahama as a result of this government now being empowered to do so. Many Bahamians, especially grown men who we see on social services lines, that hurt my heart every day. Hopefully they will get gainful employment, and as a result, Grand Bahama families would be able to fend for themselves.
Awesome. Thank you so much for speaking with us. We also have this beautiful lady to my right. How are you today?
I'm very well, thank you.
Awesome. You look beautiful. First of all, we know that the opening of Parliament has a lot to do with fashion and looking your absolute best for those who would have taken the oath of office. Talk a little bit about what you have on.
Well, it's just a bright golden color. And I'm from the Nassau Village constituency. I'm the mother of Jamal Strawn.
Awesome. Talk a little bit about how proud you must be right now.
I am very proud because it's something that he looked forward to. He's worked for it over the last few years, and we've gone through a lot together to get to this point. So now he's finally realizing another one of his dreams.
Any words of encouragement for him as well as the other parliamentarians?
Pardon me?
Any well wishes for him as well as the other parliamentarians?
Yes, definitely. I wish him all the best, and I pray Godspeed on him that he would be able to accomplish everything that he has set out to do, especially for the Nassau Village constituency. Being a young person, and he's really out there to show the young people that they can do and be more. And being chosen as that candidate, he's putting himself out there so that the young people can see that he came from humble beginnings and they can do the same. Because he was born and raised in Nassau Village and still lives there. So hopefully we would see some change.
Awesome.
And I congratulate all of the other members of Parliament, and I wish them well in their endeavor. And this is a new day, and we want to see change.
And of course, we congratulate you as his mother for always standing by him. Now, just before we wrap up, we want to show you, if we can pan a little to the left, this is, of course, an invitation-only event. And so persons are not just allowed to show up and walk in. You can see that as soon as you enter the doors, you have to sanitize, you have to do the temperature checks, and then you have to walk through that security screen and be checked by security also. You must prove that you have an invitation. And so we would have spoken with the leader of government business yesterday, who also made it clear that if you have not been invited, that he is advising you to stay home, watch it on social media. And of course, we here at ZNSnews.com, you can watch on our social media pages. We'll be right here throughout the official opening ceremony. Back to you guys in studio.
Thank you, Shoshina. And of course, when the proceedings really get underway, we will be back there. But Alfred Gray, the Bahamas has a very rich parliamentary history, parliamentary democracy. In fact, on September 29th marked the 292nd anniversary of parliamentary democracy in the Bahamas. In 1729, the House of Assembly met for the first time at the home of Samuel Lawford. What do you think that says about us? 292 years of parliamentary democracy.
Well, we are in many generations since then, and only history will tell us what happened then, and we are now living in a very, very special time. I believe that 200 plus years of parliamentary democracy speaks well to the way the Bahamian people have elected their officials and the peaceful transition of government. You know, we don't use guns and bullets. We use the ballot box. And every time a government is elected, there was, in my recent memory, no upheavals of any kind. They just slip out of the light into the dark, and the other party slip into the light. And so it's traditional, but it's a good tradition. We are very proud of our history as it relates to the parliamentary democracy. And I trust that it will never change because I think it served us well for over 200 years. And I believe it's the best form of government you can have.
Well, key to democracy is, of course, having a good and effective opposition. Now, former Prime Minister Dr. Hubert Minnis has said that his group of 7 will be very strong in the House of Assembly and his others in the Senate. How effective do you think they can really be, though, when you put them against the big numbers like that?
Well, they would have very little power to stop the agenda of the government. But they will have their say, as they should, because every wise statement is not reposed in the government. And if they make constructive criticism of what the government is doing, that's healthy. I think if they only criticize for criticizing, the people will judge that. And so it's to be seen what kinds of contribution they will make. I don't believe that they don't have a contribution to make. And so 7 is bigger than what we had, and I say we, meaning the PLP, had when we lost in 2017. We only had 4. And those 4 kept the party's agenda, philosophy quite alive. They had no power of the vote, but they heard from them. And that's important. And so I'm looking forward to hearing from the opposition members. They represent some people, and they must do so with gusto. Criticism of the government, in my view, is healthy when it's deserved. Because if they just let everything go that the government wants to do without checks and or balance, it can get out of hand if you have the wrong people in power. And so I enjoy the possibility that there will be an opposition with a voice.
And there will be good opportunities for bipartisanship, you feel?
I don't see much of that unless things change drastically. I don't see much cooperation from the opposition with or for the government's program. I don't see it, and that may be because of what I have seen in the past. There should be some areas where the government and the opposition can meet in the center on behalf of the Bahamian people. But it seemed to me that opposition politics have always been to make a better point than the government, rather than just accept what the government says. And so it's almost like a show-off, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but if you say this, I want to show you I have something better, and you should adopt what I say rather than doing what you want to do. And so I just believe the Bahamian people understand how it will work. But I don't see that the opposition led by the Honorable Hubert Minnis will be very cooperative. I think there's a time when I believe they will show bitterness. That's how I believe, because I don't believe they are happy yet about what happened. And so it's hard to be sad and happy at the same time. And sadness comes through more quickly than happiness, especially when the sadness goes deep.
Well, let's go back to Bahamas Resort, where I know Shashina is standing by with some more guests of today's proceedings. Good. Well, we're taking a look there in the general ballroom, where the speech of the throne will be read by the Governor General. And we heard Shashina talk earlier about the COVID protocols that are in place. Still quite a few people there, though, huh? Okay, we understand that Shashina is now ready for us. Let's go back to Shashina, please.
Well, here today for the opening of Parliament, we have about 1,200 persons who are expected to be in attendance for this historic event. Today we're going to speak a little bit with Denali Mackey. She lives in Nassau, but she hails from Abaco. She's been an advocate, rather, for Abaco for a very long time. The Davis-led administration calls this a new day. What do you think this means for the island of Abaco?
This means a whole lot of stuff for Abaco. I am very happy and I am so proud to be here to share this moment with the Davis administration. And let me tell you something. There are so many plans that are in place for the people of Abaco and Grand Bahama. And we are going to look out for all of those persons who may have felt like they have been forgotten. This is a new day. This is a new day for many reasons. And so we are here, first of all, to celebrate with our esteemed Prime Minister, Brave Davis.
And of course, I have to ask you, I've been telling you from I saw you how absolutely beautiful you look. Just pan down a little bit for me, cameraman, from the head to the toe. We want you to just show off this beautiful outfit and tell us who made this for you or where was it purchased?
This outfit was made by Cedric Bernard. He is the fashion extraordinaire for the Bahamas and the world by extension.
You look absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for speaking with us. And we also have, well, he is an advocate for Grand Bahama. Anyone in the Northern Bahamas really who sees his face, they know him. You would have seen him on your TV screen constantly advocating for the rights of Grand Bahamians. You are here today. You have on a New Day mask. Is it truly a new day? Why are you here? And are you excited to be here?
Well, how you doing, Shashina? How you doing, Bahamas? I would like to say it's truly a new day. And in the last 3 weeks from Mr. Brave Davis has taken over the country, you have seen tremendous change. What he has done in 3 weeks, we have not seen in 4 years. And I encourage Mr. Davis to continue his work. We have a lot of newcomers on the scene. You have people like Ms. Ginger Moxie, Mr. Kirkland Russell, who was a senator, Mr. James Turner, Mr. Obi Welchcombe, old time, my sister Glennis Hanna. They're going to do a tremendous job. And like I say, it's truly a new day. I'm glad to be here, and there's more to come.
And as an advocate, what are your hopes for the island of Grand Bahama and by extension the Northern Bahamas?
Well, my hopes for Grand Bahama is if we can get the Port Authority to do what they need to do, because they are the grease to the wheel. I see that Grand Bahama has very good potential. Abaco has great potential. Once those two islands are moving, it'll take some of the stress off of Nassau, and you'll see a better, newer Bahamas.
Anyone in particular you came here to support?
I came to support Glennis Hanna, my cousin Miles Rhoda, Ginger Moxie, the whole 5 of the Freeport. You know what I mean? Even though we got 2, I said the whole 5.
Awesome. What a team player.
Right.
And right over here to my right, we have another person. You would be from?
Cat Island.
Cat Island. You must be proud today. You have now Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Brave Davis, who is also your Member of Parliament. Talk about being here.
I'm well impressed about it and really excited to know that we have a Prime Minister from Cat Island.
Any hopes in particular for Cat Island?
Huh?
Any hopes in particular for Cat Island? What would you like to see happen on that island?
We'd like to see the airports and jobs and stuff in Cat Island. That's what Cat Island really needed badly.
Any well wishes for your member of parliament and the prime minister?
Huh?
Any well wishes for your member of parliament and the prime minister?
Yes, well, I wish him all the best, and for the whole Bahamas and also for Cat Island.
Well, there you have it. Back to you guys in studio.
Thank you, Shashina. Well, we're fresh on the heels of Paris Fashion Week. But when you take a look there, it definitely looks like it's Bahamas Fashion Week.
I'm telling you, man.
Some little extra out there today. Let's talk a little bit about Abaco. We heard Denali Penmacky talk about Abaco and still facing challenges from 2019. Obviously, the government has to put a lot of attention there.
Well, I certainly believe the government is ready to do that. As a matter of fact, it has already begun to do that, because from the readings that I had over the last couple of weeks, there were supplies which were given to Abaconians to be distributed, hadn't been distributed for the last year and a half or two. I can't fathom why the government will hold on to supplies which were given to the people of Abaco until the day before elections. Quite frankly, they delivered a boatload or boatloads of supplies to Grand Key the day before the elections, which were sitting up in Marsh Harbor for months. That's a sin. Now, let them go pray for that, but I don't believe that should have ever happened. The things belonged to Abaconians, and they were entitled to it, and they should have been given it. Maybe that's why they lose both seats in Abaco. I'm talking about the former government, because they really did not treat Abaco well from my vantage. Doreen left some indelible hurt in the hearts of the people of Abaco, particularly the community that lost so many lives, and the disposition of the bodies. Listen, Abaco will probably not easily forget the former government. This government has an obligation to do what it can to revive the economy, to bring life, to bring a state of economic rejuvenation to Abaco, particularly the Marsh Harbor community, because that was the economic hub of Abaco.
And completely decimated.
It's coming back slowly, but the government needs to do whatever it can to bring speedy relief. And I think Prime Minister Davis is ready to do that.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the Prime Minister. He is has been described as a man of his words. If he can do it, he'll do it. And if he can't do it, he's going to tell you he can't do it and why. And on the other side, someone who actually does get things done.
Well, you know, I learned so much from the Prime Minister when I practiced law with Christie Ingram and Co., as it then was. Quite frankly, I grew up at his feet, and I call him my Gamaliel. And so having said that, I know of whom I am speaking when I say he has a heart for people. I don't want to go into my personal history, but when I was in his office or that office, he basically took care of not only my educational pursuits, but my financial pursuits. When I think of it, I get emotional. But he didn't have to do what he did for me so that I got through my legal studies. But he undertook personally to ensure that my economics did not go south. Because I had 2 children then, and I had left my job as a family island administrator to study law. So it was a leap of faith that I made. And economically, I didn't have anything on which to go. And so he basically took me through economically, together with my having to become a videographer. I did that on Sundays and Saturdays, weddings and church services. So I was able to make it by doing some creative stuff. But he is a good person, and I don't mean powerful. I'm talking about just humanly good. I believe Prime Minister Davis will help people without asking their politics. I think if he see a need, he will try to meet that need despite your politics. And during the campaign, I heard quite a few people talk in those terms, that he just love to do what he can for people. And if he continues that trend or that trait, which I know he possesses, I think he is going to be one of our best prime ministers. Sir Lyndon is hard to beat. Christie and Ingram may be hard to beat in some views as well. But I think he is going to do well because he has had good examples to follow, and he has to improve on it if that's possible, and I believe he will do that.
Good. Well, let's go back to the Bahamas resort for more from Shashina.
Well, I can tell you, no one quite does fashion like our Bahamian brothers and sisters when it's time for the opening of Parliament. We've seen so many women and men beautifully dressed. Among them is a stylist from Freeport, Shika. Shika, you always look fabulous, but today you really put this together. Talk a little bit about what you have on.
Well, I actually have on, my shirt is from Anne Klein, and my skirt is actually just from Hot Fox. So, Hot Fox, whoever you are, thank you. Just a pair of comfortable flats because I'm busy running around trying to help out everybody. And my hair, of course, is by Nair, a stylist in Grand Bahama.
We see your nails, you have on your yellow and your Louis Vuitton mask.
Oh yes, my nails are by Cindy Lightburn. Thank you, Cindy, and my Louis Vuitton mask.
Absolutely beautiful. You would have traveled as well, all the way from Grand Bahama.
Yes.
And it must be a privilege for you to be here because this is, of course, by invitation only.
Yes, definitely. I must say I'm very proud to have worked with Ginger Moxie. You know, I'm happy that she's actually giving our generation a time to come forward, and the generation, as you can see, that's behind us. So that's a plus for me, and anything that encourages that, I'm happy to be a part of.
And we also, if you can pan right behind Shika, we would see officials from the Grand Bahama Port Authority who would have just arrived at the convention center. Bishop Sidney McIntosh, we haven't really spoken about the fashion when it came to the men, but talk a little bit about what you have on, always dressed so sharply.
Oh, wow. Well, I just picked one out of the closet.
And that is fine.
Yes.
Talk about being here in New Providence today.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. This is just awesome, and to be a part of Ginger Moxie's team. And this is a time that I did not want to miss. This is my first time being a part of a house opening, but it's a pleasure and an honor. And I know that Ginger Moxie is going to do an awesome job, and we're just ready to serve.
Also, we have a former candidate who would have ran in one of the past general elections over there in Abaco, Mr. Gary Sawyer. How are you doing today?
I'm sorry, what's that?
How are you today?
I am great. It is definitely a new day in the Bahamas.
Is it a new day? We would have spoken to some persons who came from Abaco as well. They believe that it is a new day. What does this mean for your island?
Well, we are hopeful because Abaco has been deserted by the former administration, and we are very hopeful that this government will bring a new day to our island and helping us rebuild, rebound, and get back to the glory days.
Anything in particular that you think needs to be on as the top priority for the island of Abaco?
Wow, that's a big list. Because actually the former government did very little since Dorian. And if a lot of the things aren't addressed, like new ports, getting people back to a sense of normalcy, to where they can live in comfort again and get out of the trailers and the domes and get back to where they can make a positive contribution back to the rebuild of Abaco. And there's still there's many infrastructure projects that need to be addressed.
And Mr. Sawyer, I know this time around for this past general election, Abaco would have voted in two Progressive Liberal Party candidates. Now you have two PLP members of Parliament. That is significant within itself, and it speaks to a little bit about the hope that Abaco has placed into this New Day government.
Yes. People want real representation today. You can no longer just give lip service to the voters. We're well educated. Everybody has got a smartphone in their hand. They know what's going on. And they know if you're just flamming. And we need some real dedicated members of Parliament, and I believe that we have that in John Pinder for the South and Cornish for the North.
Thank you very much for speaking with us. Of course, we will be back. We see a lot more persons are continuing to come in. If you can just pan over there, I just want you to show a little bit of the fashion that is happening here in the foyer at the Grand Ballroom, the Convention Center. You see these ladies are wonderfully dressed. This is the occasion for it, where they bring out the hats. Absolutely beautiful, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. It's a proud moment. My son, Jomo Campbell, is the Minister of State for the Bahamas, and I'm just so delighted and pleased.
Any well wishes for him?
Thanks and praise for what he has done today.
Absolutely beautiful. You look amazing. And there you go. You have it, Jomo Campbell's mom. So many mothers here represented here to represent their sons. Of course, it is a proud moment for them. It is a proud moment for supporters as well. We would have also just seen pass us just a few minutes ago the former Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Perry Gladstone. Christy, hopefully we will be able to get an interview from him later on or after the show. Back to you guys in studio.
Okay, the Senate looks like it is about to get underway, the proceedings there. And if you take a look on your screen, and we will run through the names of the senators for you. Ronald Duncombe, Terrell Young, James A. Roll Turner, Kirkland Russell, Michael Halkitis, Dr. Arecia Hepburn, Ryan Pinder, Lachelle Adderley, Barry Griffin, Quinton Lightburn, Randy Roll, Darren Pickstock. Those are on the government side. And on the opposition side, Darren Henfield, Reuben Roming, Maxine Seymour, and Vienna Gardner. Really a lot of new blood for the most part in the Senate there. A lot of first-timers, actually, with the exception of Michael Halkitis and Ryan Pinder on the government side. They're all new, it appears. And on the opposition side, with the exception of Darren Henfield and Reuben Roming, they're all new.
Yeah. And that is a change, I hope, for the better, because some young people need to be exposed to the parliamentary procedures in both the House and the Senate. And so we wish them well.
Now we're seeing some members being sworn in. Well, this is the House of Assembly apparently here, not the Senate there. This is the House of Assembly we're swearing in. That looks like Adrian White, the Member of Parliament for St. Anne's.
It looks like
a first-time politician, and won in St. Anne's very convincingly. It'll be interesting to see what he brings to the table in the House of Assembly.
But I don't think that was a surprise.
No,
I mean,
of course not.
That's a Nassau F&M seat that they won't change. So I expected him to win. I live in that constituency, by the way, and I voted. And I voted in my conscience.
Let's talk about debates in the House of Assembly. I've covered the House of Assembly for years, and sometimes, well, a lot of my colleagues and I and other people often wonder why so many people actually speak on matters that they may not be that clear of, and when they make their contributions, it seems evident that they're not that familiar with the subject matter. How do you go about the selection about who actually makes a contribution?
Well, the leader of the House generally select who speaks after who. Mm-hmm. And he marshals the government side. Mm-hmm. And so I will come after Tom will go before Sam. So the government leader does that. With respect to the content of your speech, I have never had any leader of the government in which I was able to serve told me what I need to speak about, even from a cabinet level, I don't remember anybody ever saying you must talk about this, you must talk about that. No, I think you have the liberty to speak to those things that are important to your constituency, firstly, and generally to the country. And when you find people mix up, they just did not plan what they intend to say. I've never written a speech, to be honest with you. I have little points that I want to talk about, and I talk about those. But when you rambling all over the place, you're bound to get mixed up. So I advise younger politicians coming in to make notes, if only copious notes, as to what you want to talk about and stick to that. Because if you get off track by somebody criticizing something you say on a point of order, if you don't know where you are, you lost.
True, true. And that's not good for yourself or for the people.
It's not good.
Focus is critical. I think we're seeing Shannon Dunn right there, the member for St. Barnabas who was re-elected.
Yes, well, you know, there are several of them, 7 opposition members who will be sworn in today, and 32 government members, and I believe that'll take quite a bit of time, but it's important that they go through the motions which are required for them to properly sit.
Let's talk a little bit about the cabinet, the Philip Davis cabinet, who's already, they seem to be taking up their positions and getting into their portfolios. Talk a little bit about the composition of the government and what strikes you most.
Well, you know, the appointments to the cabinet is basically the purview of the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister alone. You can't appoint yourself to the cabinet, and if he reposes such confidence in you to put you in his cabinet, I think he expects that you will deliver on the portfolios that are assigned to you. And so this cabinet, a lot of people, especially those who are opposed to the government, speak to the size of the cabinet between the substantive ministers and those ministers of state. But I think the Prime Minister was right. It has never been so difficult.
Do confirm
and
that I will
you need
and
to
bear
be
true allegiance.
I think we're getting a little bit of audio there from the House of Assembly.
Successors, according to law. So help me God.
And that is Leslie Miller Bryce, I believe, the MP for Seabreeze.
Yes, that's her. She did a very, very wonderful job in Seabreeze.
Well, of course, there's been speculation as to who will be elected Speaker, but we will find that out very soon.
Very soon.
All right. Leslie, of course, had a very convincing win in Seabreeze over Maxine Seymour.
Oh, yeah, she worked very hard. I drove around most of the constituencies, and she was visible. And the people just supported her.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
She had a good campaign, and she outshined the opponent
now
by bright lights.
You represented Mike Cal for a number of years, and once or twice had to go to election court, but came out on top. Now you have Basil McIntosh representing that constituency, and I believe you did a little bit of work there too.
I did what I could, but I must give credit to his campaign and his election. I certainly was behind him from the day he was nominated. But having said that, he won by 280 votes. I don't think that is normal for that constituency. the margin.
To Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
We get a little audio from the
heirs and
Senate now. It looks like that's
according to
Barry
law.
Griffin.
So help me God.
Finishing up taking his oath there. You said a lot of young professionals in the Senate now.
Very, 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 very much so. And that's good. I'm glad they have a few experienced persons in it as well. And that should all go well for the future.
I, Barry Nathaniel Griffin, do swear that I have no knowledge of any cause or impediment why I am of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, according to the tenor and true meaning of the Constitution, according to the tenor and true meaning of the Constitution, or any enactment amending the same. So help me God.
We can now see on your screen the Minister of National Security, Ronald Monroe.
Do swear that I will faithful and bear the true allegiance to Her Majesty.
Help me God.
And bear the true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
They seem to be swinging back and forth from House to Senate.
They're swinging back and forth, but they get in two audio feeds. That's the problem.
I, Ronald Cranston Duncombe, do swear that I have no knowledge of any cause of impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a member of the Senate of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, according to the tenor and true meaning of the Constitution, or any enactment amending the same. So help me God. Perfect.
Yeah, I do. I, Terrell Young, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God. I, Terrell Otto Young, do swear that I have no knowledge of any cause or impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a member of the Senate of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, according to the tenor and true meaning of the Constitution or any enactment amending the same. So help me God.
We're now back in the House of Assembly. We just saw in the Senate, of course, Terrell Young, the Progressive Liberal Party senator who ran in Long Island. But now in the House of Assembly, and
look like Reverend Vaughn Miller.
It is. It is.
That I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II,
Can I add the Bahamian people or no? Heirs and successors according to law. So help me God.
Reverend Vaughn Miller, of course, very well known to us here at the Broadcasting
Yes.
Corporation. Minister of Natural Resources and the Environment. And, of course, ran in Golden Isles, I think it was.
Yes,
and, was successful for the second time in a row, but under a different party.
Yes.
Yeah.
One always seemed to know when to move.
But one thing we know about him is that he is passionate about, as I'm sure they all are, passionate about the Bahamas.
He's very passionate about the Bahamas.
And there's your man of business.
Yes, my fella.
Of any cause or impediment. Why I am
I'm curious as to why they had the minister followed by his minister of state. That's not normal, but there it is.
Constituency within the same, according to the tenet and true meaning of the Constitution and Parliamentary Election Act of any enactment, amendment, or replacement. So help me God.
Left-handed. I wouldn't do that.
I, Basil Walter McIntosh, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
They want us to talk now?
I, JoBeth Lillian Colby Davis, do swear that I have no knowledge of any cause or impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a member of the House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for any constituency within the same, according to the tenor and true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same. So help me God.
Minister JoBeth Williams, the Minister of Transport and Housing.
Yes.
A first-timer as well, but experience in the Senate.
JoBeth Lillian Colby Davis, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
The MP for Elizabeth there. She proved to be quite a bit of a dynamo in the Senate as far as giving strong contributions. I guess we would expect to see a similar or maybe even more mature level of contribution now.
Well, you know, she is intellectually strong. She's an attorney by profession, and she has the gift of gab. I think she will speak to issues very intelligently.
That I have no knowledge of any cause or impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a member of the House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for any constituency within the same, according to the tenor and true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same. So help me God.
Minister for Grand Bahama, Ginger Moxie. Yes. Obviously a lot of expectations going to be placed on her?
Well, she would need the support of the whole government.
Absolutely.
Because being appointed minister for Grand Bahama has, in my view, has inherent in that appointment a great responsibility. Because the whole island is yours, so to speak. And they will be watching to see what you will and can do to improve the lives of the people of Grand Bahama.
According to law, so help me God.
As we said, Ginger Moxie there. Find the actual documents that they are signing today, right? Would be both the oaths of allegiance
and the oath of qualifications. That's correct.
Right. Give us a little bit more detail
Do
about
swear
what those
that I have no knowledge of any cause or impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a member of the House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for any constituency within the same, according to the tenor and true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same. So help me God.
Keith Bell, MP for Carmichael and the Minister of Labor and Immigration. We were talking a little bit about the oath of qualification, if we can get a little bit of that in before the next.
Well, I, Keith Bell, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
Great. So the oaths of allegiance and the oath of qualification.
Well, the oath of allegiance is basically an oath which you take to be faithful to, as our Constitution says, the Queen who's head of the Commonwealth, and indeed your country, the Bahamas. The oath of qualification simply is an oath whereby you swear that you know of no reason why you are not qualified, and that don't mean education. It means your history, your
character.
Yeah, your character.
Of any cause or impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a member of the House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for any constituency within the same, according to the tenor and true meaning of the Constitution and Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same. So help me God.
Zane Lightburn there, Minister of State for
Education.
Education, right. And he is an educator.
He is an educator. I think that pick really was special to assist.
I, Zane Enrico Lightburn, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
And it's so important that we continue to put a major push on education. When the Bahamas, when the first Prime Minister, Sir Lyndon Pinling, took over, education, along with the late A.D. Hanna, that was the real push, wasn't it?
Well, it had to have been, and Sir Lyndon saw that even when he was trying to become Prime Minister. Because without an educated...
I, Sylvanus Petty, do swear that I have no knowledge of any cause or impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a member of the House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for any constituency within the same, according to the tenor and true meaning of the Constitution, the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same. So help me God.
And I believe that was Mario Boleg right there. Right. And so we're talking about the push for education.
Well,
Sylvanus Petty, North of Luther,
they look
excuse
alike.
me.
Yeah, they do look alike.
Sylvanus Petty, North of Luther.
I, Sylvanus Petty, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
Good. Continuing with the push for education.
Yes.
Extremely relevant now, considering how the world is moving. Innovation, technology, extremely important now.
It's very important that the educational thrust continues. I started to say when Sir Lyndon first came to office, he sent hundreds of Bahamians away to school during his first.
I, Miles Kentworth Laroda, do swear that I have no knowledge of any cause or impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a member of the House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for any constituency within the same, according to the tenor and true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same. So help me God.
Miles Laroda, Minister of State in the Office of the Prime Minister there.
Yes, he's from Pine Woods. I think he is going to do well. He is very close to the Prime Minister's administration.
I, Miles Kentworth Laroda, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
And from what I understand, of course, the full portfolios are going to be revealed, but I think national insurance is one of those that may come under him.
I think he made such utterances previously, and so I expect that it will be. But Miles is going to be working directly out of the Prime Minister's office, and so he's got best position to ask the Prime Minister's advice on everything he does.
I, Kirk Daniel Cornish, do swear that I have no knowledge of any cause or impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a member of Parliament, member of House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, for any constituency within the same, according to the tenure and true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Election Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same. So help me God.
When you think of all of these first-timers in Parliament, it's really an interesting reflection of the Bahamas, and the way we are moving.
Yes, and the diversity. You have people who are of different professional.
I, Craig Daniel Cornish, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law. So help me God.
And really, don't you think that's really what Parliament should be? A reflection of the entire society.
No question
about that. So there should be not just legal minds like yourself, but people from every discipline, if you will.
I think that is exactly what the House should be made of, like different professionals from different areas of our life. Fishermen, carpenters, mechanics, and the day will come when you have some of those tradesmen in there speaking to the issues, as I'm sure they will be able to.
Do swear that I have no knowledge of any cause or impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a member of the House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for any constituency within the same, according to the tenor and true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same. So help me God.
I think she's in social services.
Minister of Social Services, Minister of State, excuse me, right, with the Honourable Obi Wilshcombe. Lisa Roming, the MP for Marathon, who apparently has done a lot of work in that area before, in urban renewal. So someone who apparently has been in it and still in it.
Do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God.
And of course, this marks the beginning of the real governance now.
Well, it starts today.
It does.
After today is...
I, Wade Alexander Watson, do solemnly, sincerely, truly declare and affirm that I have no knowledge of any cause or impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a member of the House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for any constituency within the same, according to the tenure and true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same.
Wade Watson there, the Member of Parliament for Bain and Grantstown.
Yes, and he did a marvelous job in that constituency, and I'm just happy that he got.
Alexander Watson, solemnly, sincerely, truly declare and affirm that I am and will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty's Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law.
Not clear as yet how many we've gone through so far, but of course there are 39 members in the House of Assembly that need to take these oaths.
And 16 or thereabouts in the Senate. So
that's right.
You're talking about a good lot of people, almost 50. And so we just have to watch and see.
But again, such an important aspect of democracy. I understand now that we have another Minister of State in Legal Affairs, first timer, Jomo Campbell.
I, Jomo Campbell, do swear that I have no knowledge of any cause or impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a member of the House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for any constituency within the same, according to the tenure and true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same, so help me God.
We saw his mother outstandingly fashioned up.
She spoke.
This is so much more. It's important for the country. It's important for the individuals, but for the family, it's a big deal as well, isn't it?
It is a big deal. Sometimes it's once in a lifetime, because everybody you see.
I, Jomo Campbell, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
You know, there are still a lot of people who actually have issues that we are swearing allegiance to the Queen. But
well, until the Constitution changes, that's where we are.
And we're not that good at actually referenda, are we?
I think the day might come. I don't see it in the immediate future for sure.
No.
When we will perhaps become a republic or some other form of government.
But we probably have even more critical issues to deal with right now than that.
I think that's...
Here is Pia Glover.
I, Pia Glover Rule, do swear that I have no knowledge of any cause or impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a member of the House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for any constituency within the same, according to the tenor and true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same. So help me God.
Minister of State for Public Service, I saw her addressing the media the other day on public service promotions. She seemed to handle herself quite well.
She seemed to be very intelligent and well-spoken. I think she will serve her Minister Fred Mitchell quite well.
Do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
And as we said, Minister of State for Public Service there, and MP for Golden Gates.
Yes, she is indeed. And I was saying that she will be assisting the Honorable Fred Mitchell in his duties as Minister of the Public Service. And I think she is well able to do that.
I, Leon Edward Lundy, do swear that I have no knowledge of any cause or impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a member of the House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for any constituency within the same, according to the tenure or true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same. So help me God.
let me ask you this, and I guess this is only a very subjective question, but what drives someone to become a politician, to decide to represent the people? In your case, what was it that said, look, I've got to go and make my contribution?
I, Leon Edward Lundy, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
Well, I was driven by the desire to help people. You know, my mother is dead now, but she told me when I told her I was asked by Sir Lyndon to run in the Golden Gates constituency, she told me if I'm not going in Parliament to help people, don't bother. That was simply her message and advice to me.
And that sounds like the best advice one can give.
That was my mantra from the day I entered politics to the day I left. And so I did my best to help as many people as I could.
Adrian Paul Gibson, do swear that I have no knowledge of any cause or impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a member of the House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for any constituency within the same, according to the tenor and true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same. So help me God.
Long Island MP Adrian Gibson there. Second time in Parliament.
I, Adrian Paul Gibson, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
Now, Mr. Gray, there's going to be a major call for transparency and accountability from this Philip Brave Davis government. How difficult is it to be completely transparent?
Brother Reed, it is not difficult to be transparent, you know. I think you just have to do the right things. And if you're doing the right things, people ought to know. It's when you want to be crooked and do underhanded work, you can't be transparent.
Angelo Strawn, do swear that I have no knowledge of any cause or impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a member of the House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for any constituency within the same, according to the tenure and true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same. So help me God.
Another first timer, Jamal Strawn from Nassau Village. We heard his mother talk about him. Born and raised there, still lives there. That must mean a lot for the people of the constituency when you're still there.
Jamal D'Angelo Strawn, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty, the Queen Elizabeth II, and her heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
How difficult is it for someone when you're not living in your constituency? You lived in New Providence, but of course you represented Michael well. How difficult was that? Well, particularly when you had so many different islands.
Michael, by definition, is a difficult constituency because you have 5 islands making up the constituency. And it required a lot of travel.
I, Bacchus Omar Jude Roll, do swear that I have no knowledge of any cause or impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a member of the House of the Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for any constitution within the same, according to the tenure and true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same. So help me God.
And when you have a big constituency or spread out constituency like Michael, and travel alone is expensive.
Travel is expensive, and you know, because when you go to Inagua, you got to come back to Nassau to go to Crooked Island. When you go to Crooked Island or Auckland, you got to come back to Nassau to go to Maguana. It's a very difficult constituency.
Do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
Bacchus role there, former BPL worker. I guess another example that you could come from any area of Bahamian society and enter the halls of Parliament and serve the people.
Well, you know, that is the people's parliament.
It is.
And if you come out of and from among the people, you're qualified to sit unless there are some other issues. And so I am just excited about the makeup of those persons who were willing to run.
Do swear that I have no knowledge of any cause or impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a member of the House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for any constituency within the same, according to the tenor and true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same. So help me God.
A very interesting appointment there of Alfred Sears, a veteran in politics, if you will, at Public Works.
Well, you know, I believe Alfred has qualified himself to...
I, Alfred Michael Sears, do swear that I will be faithful.
Well, now we're in the Senate. They've moved from the House of Assembly. We saw Alfred Sears, and you had some comments about Alfred Sears before the switch.
Yeah, I was just saying that Alfred has qualified himself to work basically anywhere in any ministry. Ministry of Works is a special ministry. It has the key to the development of our country infrastructurally, and with the utility corporations all under his portfolio. He has a lot to do and a lot to get done. And I'm hoping that he does what we expect of him well.
And now on your screens we have the precincts of the Senate, and they are, we should hopefully get some audio from them in just a bit, so we can find out exactly what is going on there at this time.
It looked like they are the two people that the Senate will send to His Excellency.
Absolutely, yeah. To go with the...
Thank you for bringing us through a peaceful election. Father, this morning we pray for our Prime Minister and his cabinet, and indeed all of our elected officials that have been elected to serve. We pray for the President of the Senate and all members that have been appointed to serve, that they will serve with dignity and honor. We ask also, our Father, that they will seek your guidance and direction. I'll get it. As they serve this honorable chamber.
Aricio is the president, right?
Who?
Aricio.
It is our prayer, O God, that you will guide them and direct them in the way that they should go. We realize that it's not by accident that we are here today, but it's because of your divine guidance, and so for this we give you thanks. Father, as we begin this new session, I ask that your Holy Spirit will be their guide. Let them not forget their purpose, and that it is to put our people first. Service is the watchword. In the words of a famous song, I ask that you lead and guide them in the way that they should go. Bless them as they deliberate this morning. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen. The Lord's Prayer. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. And forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Good morning, and God bless you in your deliverance today.
Senators and colleagues, it is with great humility and an acknowledgement of a great and ever merciful God that I accept your nomination and appointment as President of the Bahamas Senate. As in all things, to God be the glory for great things he has done. In the year 1962, Ruby Ann Dowling became the first woman to register to vote in our country, beckoning the beginning of an end to electoral disenfranchisement of Bahamian women. From that historic day to majority rule, to independence, and finally today, the arc of Bahamian history has strategically been bent towards the empowerment and the enfranchisement of Bahamian women. Fellow senators, today you have taken another defining step in the momentous march towards equality, enfranchisement, and collective responsibility. I am truly humbled by your open display of trust and confidence in me to carry out the duties and functions of this high office. I hereby pledge not to betray this great responsibility. It is not lost on me that in the timeline of our young but yet great democracy, we currently sit in a unique moment worth express acknowledgement from this chair. It is my understanding that in the lower chamber, a female member is, as we speak, being elected to preside over proceedings as Speaker of the House of Assembly. This is the first time in our Commonwealth that two women have sat simultaneously as Speaker of the House and President of the Senate. Indeed, this is a seminal moment in our country, and again, it is noteworthy that, at perhaps during the most challenging times since independence, we have turned to two women to keep order and maintain order and transparency in our system of democracy. The late Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "The arc of the covenants, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice." I will walk in the footsteps of our tenacious Bahamian men whose deliberate actions, although long-suffering, were successful in bending and defining justice for this great Commonwealth of Islands. They envisioned that the arc of Bahamian history would be bent towards the empowerment of all Bahamians as they triumph through the tenacious challenge for majority rule and independence. Who am I? I am a woman from humble but honorable beginnings, the daughter of Christian parents who were self-employed as a seamstress and building contractor. They were proud of their deep roots in Burnt Ground, Long Island, Driggs Hill, and Mangrove Key, South Andros. From the nestling of Ranger Street, Chippenham, to the hollow halls of the Senate chamber, I am a living testament as to what God can do when you work hard, fear him, and place him at the center of your life. My humble beginnings reveal the lesson of my story that any Bahamian child of this soil, especially the little girls, can rise, bloom, and ascend to any high office in the greatest little country on the face of this earth. I now turn to you, senators. I congratulate each one of you on your appointment to this honorable place. I implore members of this chamber to remember that these positions are not ours, but rather they are ours in trust for the Bahamian people. At all times, the Senate chamber belongs to the people of the Bahamas. You are the people's representatives, and we are here to conduct the people's business. Therefore, we must act with the respect, decorum, integrity that this great responsibility requires. My job as president is to ensure that the issues presented in this chamber receive a fair hearing from all sides, that every member is respected and has an equal opportunity to opine and to speak to matters tabled, and that in the end, the people's business will be advanced. Be assured, I intend to go about this job impartially and without fear or favor to any one person, party, or affiliation. While there is no doubt that disagreements will occur, I ask you always address each other and conduct yourselves with honor, dignity, respect that this chamber demands. Again, I wish to thank you, Senators, for the opportunity to serve you, this chamber, and the Bahamian people from the chair. I would like to thank my devoted mother, Marjorie Adderley, for her consistent and unconditional love. I am deeply saddened that my dear father, the late Elder Daniel Nathaniel Adderley, is asleep in Jesus. I will be forever grateful for his love, wisdom, guidance, and legacy. I also wish to thank my elder brother and sister, Dwayne and Eleanor Adderley, who are exceptional siblings. I wish to extend gratitude to my exemplary adopted siblings, Nurse Vestra Forbes and Professor Zendel Forbes. To my adorable nephews and nieces, especially Janika Frederick, who is in graduate school and watching these proceedings in Glasgow, Scotland, and Nathaniel Adderley, Amari Hall, Eliana Roberts, who all skipped school to support me today. To use your words, you all rock. I further wish to take this opportunity to thank my wider Longley, Forbes, Adderley, and Knowles family for their unwavering support. To my dedicated and loyal friends, you've all been a lighthouse by night and a strong tower by day. I immensely appreciate your wise counsel and never-ending support. I would be remiss if I did not extend grateful thanks to the elders, members of the Johnson Park Seventh-day Adventist Church, and by extension, the South Bahamas Conference of Seventh-day Adventists. I solicit all of your continued prayers going forward. I also wish to congratulate the Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Philip Brave Davis, and his party for their victory at the polls. This Senate looks forward to vetting and debating the new government's legislative agenda, which we trust will empower all Bahamians, from Grand Bahama in the north to Inagua in the south, irrespective of race, creed, sex, class, religious denomination, or socioeconomic status. More importantly, I give thanks to Jehovah, our Almighty God, for it is through his grace and mercy that we are all able to serve the Bahamian people from this chamber. Finally, I sit here on the shoulders of women from the suffragette movement, such as Mary Ingram, Mabel Walker, Eugenia Lockhart, Georgina Simonet, and of course, Dame Doris Johnson, who who was the first woman appointed to the Senate and subsequently to the presidency of the Senate. As we begin this new parliamentary session, it is my solemn prayer that our parliamentarians, and indeed the entire country, will continue forward in the spirit of our formidable women and men and walk in peace, love, and progress. I am forever grateful, and I thank you.
Before we go there, we're seeing the Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Davis, taking his oaths right now.
It may mean that that part of the ceremony is coming to an end.
Absolutely. But again, the new President of the Senate, the Honorable J. Lachelle Adderley, an attorney at law. And of course, we've had several female Senate presidents over the years.
Yes.
And she's now joined those ranks.
Yes, she certainly sounds as if she's ready. I've not met her, save and except for the television today, but she sounds as if she is quite qualified and ready to do what she needs to do.
Good arbitration skills needed there.
Yes, you're gonna need to do a little verbal gymnastics from time to time, but she sounds like she's ready. Well qualified, it seems. So
we take a look inside the House of Assembly there, where the proceedings there, I guess, will get underway any moment now. And after the House of Assembly has its meeting, what happens? They move to the ballroom for the speech of the throne.
Well,
both senators and MPs.
After the swearing in of the Speaker and all that, somebody from the Senate or two people from the Senate will come over, and if they have not already gone to the Governor General, and tell them that they want their presence over in the Senate,
right?
So that the governor could deliver his speech.
I thank you, Senators, for your gracious remarks. I now invite honorable senators to elect from among yourselves a senator to be the Vice President.
Madam Senator, I rise to nominate Senator Barry Griffin Jr. to be the Vice President of the Senate.
Is there a seconder?
Madam President, I rise to nominate Senator Barry Griffin. I second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that Senator Barry Griffin be elected Vice President of the Senate. As many are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say nay. The ayes have it. Senator Barry Griffin has been elected Vice President of the Senate. Congratulations, Senator Barry Griffin, on being elected the Vice President of the Senate. I shall now invite you to bring brief remarks.
Well, on your screen, we have the new Vice President of the Senate, Barry Griffin, who is an attorney at law, I think a specialist in financial services matters. But we will be going to the House of Assembly, where the proceedings take place there momentarily.
By your trust in electing me to serve as your Vice President, a role that helps guide the agenda of this most sacred upper house. The historic nature of my election as the youngest person to hold this role does not escape me. As our country seeks a new day of bold ideas, sharp vision, and modern solutions, my election is a testament to this government's commitment to ensuring that young people have a meaningful seat at the table. I accept the Vice Presidency in the spirit of partnership and I look forward to working with each of you, my Senate colleagues, on behalf of the Bahamian people. In this upper chamber, we may belong to different parties, but we serve one country. We stand united in our pride and prayers for every man, woman, and child born to this Commonwealth. We, in this House, must work together to build a future that includes all Bahamians. Today, as we open this new legislative session, let us model the character, courage, and civility of former members of this House, such as Dame Doris Johnson, who was at the front lines in the fight for the very existence of this Parliament. Let us honor her memory and all those who came before us, not just in eulogy, but in dialogue and trust across the aisle, in our collective spirit to move our country to better and to use the power of our pen to bring more possibilities and prosperity to our Bahamian people. With today's convening of the Senate, we begin anew. I congratulate all members of the lower house on their election and all members of this upper house on their appointment. I especially want to congratulate our new members of our joint houses of parliament. The genius of our founding fathers was that at least every 5 years, new members bring to our houses of parliament their spirit of renewal and hope for the Bahamian people. This Senate is reinvigorated by its new members, by their optimism, their idealism, and their commitment to our country. Each of us brings our shared values, our commitment to the Constitution, and our personal experiences. My path to the Senate began in 1953, when my grandfather, William Griffin, an Andres man, decided that he wanted to live in a better Bahamas. He became the 6th ordinary person to join the newly formed Progressive Liberal Party. Like so many in his generation, he wanted more for himself and for others who would follow. Because of his legacy, I was raised in a family that is deeply patriotic and staunchly progressive. My grandparents and parents taught me that public service was a noble calling and that we had a responsibility to help build our country for the better and to help forge a path for others to do the same. I have no doubt that my grandfather is looking down on me today, beaming with pride. The election of 2021 will be remembered as a call to change, not merely to change control of government, but for a new direction for our country. On behalf of my Senate colleagues, I promise you, the Bahamian people, that we will work together to build a strong, dynamic, visible, and resolute Senate. We will take seriously our duties to scrutinize all bills before Parliament and to only act in the best interests of you, the Bahamian people. The vision of our forefathers has sustained us for over 48 years, and it accounts for what is best in our great nation: liberty, opportunity, and a fair chance for all. A new day has dawned, and now it is our responsibility to build upon that vision. To my parliamentary colleagues, we have made history. Now, let us make progress for the Bahamian people. May God bless our work, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you, Madam President.
I will now appoint the following members to be a committee to wait on His Excellency, the Governor General. Senator the Honorable Darren Pickstock, Chairman. Senator the Honorable Kirkland Russell. Senator the Honorable Maxine Seymour. You will inform His Excellency that the Senate has proceeded to the election of its President, and I, Julie Lachelle Adderley, have been so elected.
Ayala, if you just missed what was happening there, we have the new president of the Senate and then the new vice president of the Senate, Barry Griffin. A committee has just been selected by the president, Michelle Adley, for people to, the committee consists of Darren Pickstock, Kirk Russell, and Maxine Seymour. They will now go and inform the Governor General of the appointments within the Senate.
That's right. And of course, once they return, they will go to the House of Assembly and take a message there and summon their presence in the Senate.
Absolutely.
The Governor General will thereafter give the speech from the throne. We expect that he will.
We are going to go to the House momentarily, where we are seeing the Honorable Glenys Hannah Martin, the MP for Engliston and the Minister for Education and Training.
Was won and exercised for the first time ever when women went to the polls in November 1962. Doris Johnson would go on to become the first woman ever to seek election to this House, the first woman to lead the Senate, and the first woman to serve in cabinet. But it was all of 20 years later before a woman crossed the bar, that very bar that Doris Johnson was stopped at, and took a seat in the House as a duly elected member. That woman was the then member for Yamacraw, the now Dame Janet Bostwick, who made history when she broke what up to then seemed a stubborn barrier and led the way for every woman parliamentarian elected thereafter. But we must never forget that it was the courage and bold agitation of the suffragettes, Mary Ingram, Albertha Isaacs, Virginia Lockhart, Mabel Walker, Georgiana Simonet, Doris Johnson, amongst others, and the full political support of the Progressive Liberal Party that precipitated the empowerment of women by the attainment of the franchise. The call for equal rights, however, made some 62 years ago, remains yet to be realized, as women continue to face discrimination in the form of unequal rights to that of our male counterparts under our Constitution. So the work is not yet done. And while tremendous advances have been made, women continue to be underrepresented in this House. This despite us making up half the population and more than half of the electorate. That statistical fact should give us pause, because it is in this legislature, the place of debate and lawmaking, that the social, economic, and cultural progress of our people is aired and decided, and the voices of women are few and far between. Women who in many instances head households, who are primary nurturers, who bear our children, who pay taxes, and decide our future by going to the polls in goodly numbers and electing governments. It is vital, therefore, to our children's future and the future of our nation for generations yet unborn, that the voices of women be heard in this House, and for our energies, insights, and instincts, for our patriotic love to be seen and felt and made manifest in the forward progress of our people. But history is being made in a different way today. Should my motion carry, this will be the first time in Bahamian history that women will simultaneously lead both houses of Parliament, both the House and the Senate. So this is indeed a new day. From the day that Doris Johnson made her historic plea. I end by saying, we must never forget the journey from whence Bahamian women have come, and the farther we must go. The work is not yet done. I am confident that the women elected to this Parliament will bring informed debate, will serve with integrity, and bring a qualitative presence to public life. And I believe the member-elect for Bamboo Town will preside over these proceedings with sound, stellar, and fair leadership. I urge the support of this House in electing her to that chair. I so move.
Is there a seconder?
Yes. Honorable members, it is with immense gratitude and appreciation to God, my family, the wonderful people of Elizabeth, the Prime Minister and MP for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, the Progressive Liberal Party, and my encouraging team of supporters that I am honored to stand here today as the first female member of Parliament for the Elizabeth constituency. I rise in this honorable chamber with the understanding that the most sacred democratic tradition in the world has made it possible for me to stand here in this legislative body and at this specific time in our nation's history. I do not take this opportunity lightly, and I therefore promise to serve to the best of my ability. Honorable members, the recently concluded general elections is historic for many reasons. Aside from the magnitude of victory by the PLP and the observation that both the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister represent Family Island constituencies, the general elections of 2021 have also ushered in the largest number of women into elective legislative office in our nation's history. It is important to note that the increasing number of females in elective office is not occurring exclusively in the Bahamas. Indeed, in many spaces around the world and regionally, the number of women in elective legislative office is on the rise. In the United States of America, the Speaker of the House of Representatives is a female. In Jamaica, a female was elected Speaker of the House of Assembly after a record-setting 18 females were elected to office. In Trinidad and Tobago, after a history-making 12 women were elected to the House of Representatives, a female was elected to serve as Speaker. Honorable members, it has been 60 years since women gained the right to vote in the Bahamas. It has been 39 years since the first female in the person of the Honorable Janet Boswick was elected to this chamber. It has been 24 years since a female in the person of the Honorable Rome Italia Johnson has headed this body. The time has now come for another female to serve as Speaker. Bearing in mind all that I have said, it is with great pride that I rise to second the nomination of the member of the Bamboo Town constituency, Patricia DeVoe, as the 54th Speaker of this honorable chamber. My relationship with the member of Bamboo Town goes back several years, and I can honestly say that she has been preparing for this role for quite some time. As the chief officer and the highest authority in the House of Assembly, I am certain that the member for Bamboo Town will always discharge her duties with impartiality. In electing the member for Bamboo Town as Speaker, this chamber is recognizing the diversity and everyday realities of the wider Bahamian society, as many of our households are headed by women. As women legislators, we represent the aspirations of every young Bahamian girl. This is an awesome responsibility and one that we must always remember. We nominate Patricia DeVoe for Speaker not as a form of tokenism, but as recognition that the member for Bamboo Town is prepared and fully capable of leading this body. Honorable members, as I look around this chamber, I see many new faces, myself included. In fact, more than 60% of the members in this session are first-time representatives. This observation tells us that our people want change in so many areas. In an age when many voters have become disillusioned with the political process, we who have been elected must deliver. Now more than ever before, we must use this body to pass laws that address the concerns of our nation and truly uplift our people. Let us therefore commit to serving with pride, transparency, accountability, and with the understanding that it is about the people we represent in our various constituencies and indeed throughout our country. Honorable members, it is with these few words that I proudly second the nomination of the member for Bamboo Town as Speaker. Indeed, a new day has come.
Well, the Alfred Gray, we saw the Honorable Glenys Hannah Martin nominate and Honorable Jo Beth Colby Davis second Patricia DeVoe, the Member of Parliament for Bamboo Town, as the Speaker of the House of Assembly.
Well, you know, that's women supporting women. And I think it's a new day. I'm sure the constituency of representatives are happy with that selection. I don't know Mrs. DeVoe personally. I don't think I've met her, but from what I heard, she is ready to do what is required of her, and only time will tell.
Yeah. Like you said, not an easy job when you're in the House of Assembly as Speaker, particularly when you have such a great majority that you're part of, to show that impartiality, that fairness, to ensure that fairness. It's not always easy, is it?
It's not always easy, and I think the most difficult part of being a speaker is when you have members that are rude and do not necessarily take the instructions given by the speaker. Because when the speaker say, "Please take your seat," and they want to stand and give a speech, that creates a problem for the speaker in that if she names you, if you ever see her stand up and names you, you know, you have a problem because the police is coming. So I say that to say she's got to just be gingerly proceeding, and hopefully, you know, it will not come to any negatives. Women have really taken their rightful place in the House and the Senate. And only time will tell how the members of those chambers treat them. But they look like they can hold their own.
Oh, I believe they can. I believe they
From
can.
what I can
on both
see,
sides.
they seem ready to do what is required of them.
And, you know, part of the SDGs from the UN, gender equality is one of them. So we've got to make a bigger move toward that.
I'm not sure it has ever been where both the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House were women. I don't remember. It might have happened, but this is the first, as much as I know.
I believe the President of the Senate even referred to that, actually.
Yes.
I think it is the first time.
That speaks volume for where women have come politically. And a lot of distance to go, as Mrs. Martin said, but we are beginning to get there, one step at a time, one day at a time, one house at a time.
We're waiting for audio to come back from the House of Assembly, but your thoughts so far of this opening of Parliament, the new session of Parliament. And I'm sorry to do this right now, but so many people get it wrong. This is a new session of Parliament. When they go in each Wednesday, that's a sitting.
Yes,
right?
yes.
So, you know, people tend to
The sitting is week to week.
Absolutely.
The session is up to when the House is prorogued or dissolved.
Absolutely.
And so that's not going to happen right away. And so there will be many sittings before such would take place.
We can see the uniformed officers there, which means that the Governor General is probably
certainly
ready
either
to
there,
inspect the Guard.
Yes.
It's interesting how they have transformed the Bahama Resort to accommodate all of the proceedings today. I went there yesterday to take a look at it, and it really was quite amazing because we're so accustomed to that Parliament Square feel, but they've made it happen. You see members of the police force there, further down members of the defense force. Of course, this is the pandemic still, so there are fewer numbers, as expected.
Yeah, I expect that, and social distancing is certainly going to be the order of the day if it hasn't. I'm sure it has been so far.
Okay.
Governor! Royal salute! Present! Governor! Shoulder! Order! Good morning, Your Excellency. Chief Superintendent of Police, Anthony Curtis, reports the 2021 opening of Parliament Guard of Honor. Comprising of 4 units under my command, the combined Royal Bahamas Police and Defense Force Band under their respective directives. Superintendent Selden Adley and Force Chief Matthew Rowe. The parade stands at the open order and awaits Your Excellency's inspection. Your Excellency, may I have your permission to stand fast, number 1 unit, and the remainder stand at ease. Stand fast!
Well, we can see the Governor General inspecting the honor guard and giving the royal salute, receiving the royal salute there in the gardens outside Bahamas Convention Center, which have been transformed for this occasion. His Excellency Sir Cornelius A. Smith. As we said, this is a pared down sort of ceremony here. Not as many people as ordinarily would be because of COVID-19.
But that is for sure, and I don't think anybody expects otherwise. But it has all the trappings that would ordinarily be.
You will still feel it.
Yes, yes.
He's there with the Commissioner of Police, police representatives, the also Defense Force representatives. And will soon be delivering the speech.
He should soon be.
Randomly speaking to different officers.
I know they feel privileged, whoever he speaks to, that he stopped to me, you know. Next thing,
Now, after today's ceremony is over, right? Usually people refer to the first 100 days of governance, right? What do you hope to have seen from the Philip Davis government 100 days from September 16th? Kind of leading into Christmas.
Quite frankly, I have no expectation beyond setting the stage for what will happen thereafter. Mm-hmm. And I say that because of what I am hearing about the state of our economy. Mm-hmm. And money moves the government. You could have good intentions, but if you have very little or no money with which to do it, you've got to build up the resources of the country to the extent that you can start the delivery processes. And so I don't know what I could expect because I'm not fully aware of what the position of the country's finances would be. And since money moves just about every aspect of the development of our country, whether it's social, political, economic, you need money to do it. And because of what I don't know, I will just reserve any further statement on what I would expect. But I know they're going to do some things.
Well, there has to be some innovative moves made.
I'm sure there will be some things, but what they will be and the extent of what it will be, I can't say. And until I hear from the Prime Minister as to what state the country is in, I will not be a good judge of what should happen or could happen.
And that should come fairly soon.
I expect that it will. I believe I said earlier in the broadcast, the people of the Bahamas are very sensible people. And if you let them know up front what you meet and what you're able to do.
How you intend to overcome what you
and what plans you have to overcome the problems you meet, I think they will work with you. But you know, your silence could mean we are ready, and they will begin to expect more than perhaps you can deliver. And so I know the Prime Minister is wise. From all of what I'm hearing, the state of the economy is not good, but he intends to fix it. And fixing it might require a little while, certainly more than 100 days. But I'm sure he will do some things that are meaningful.
What I expected more than in 100 days is showing people the plan to get there, not really.
That's right. See, if he sets out the state of the country and the plan to make it better, Bahamians will work with you to ensure that you deliver those deliverables and wait for those things that will require more than what you can do.
You know, we have a lot of Bahamians here, but we're actually in the largest resort in the region. And I wonder what tourists who might be staying there are saying. This must be really quite an event for them to have the seat of Parliament come to you.
Well, that's for sure. And the British traditions are so different from, say, the American traditions when it comes to the changing of the guard, as it were. And so what they're seeing is, for most of them, history.
We don't know what's happening next because they go in all over the place.
Got order! Order! Order!
Citizens in an independent Bahamas, the right to exercise their freedom of assembly and association. This year marks our 292nd year of unbroken parliamentary tradition. As a result of the ongoing health pandemic, we have opened Parliament away from the historic halls of Parliament Square. Honorable members, today I have the privilege of being the second female in Bahamian history and the first female appointed by a Progressive Liberal Party majority to preside as the chairperson of this honorable assembly. For that, I am eternally grateful. Before I commence my charge, I crave your indulgence to allow me, firstly, to thank the Creator of this universe for his tender mercies, love, and redemption. I sincerely extend gratitude to the wonderful constituents of Bamboo Town for the confidence they have reposed to me to represent them during this electoral cycle. I would like to thank the honorable member for Cat Island, Rum Cay, and San Salvador, and my parliamentary colleagues for your vote of confidence in elevating me to this distinguished office in this parliamentary institution. Lastly, but certainly not least, to my daughter, family, and friends, thank you for your patience, understanding, and benevolence. It is with deep sense of humility that I accept my appointment to the office of Speaker. I shall endeavor to continue the tradition of dignity and honor that has marked this office. I will seek to prove myself worthy of my office. I will aim as high as I can to maintain the decorum, respect, dignity, and fidelity in the proceedings of this honorable House. I assure you that I will claim from His Excellency all of those ancient rights and privileges that have been historically afforded to members of Parliament. These rights and privileges extend beyond those of ordinary citizens, particularly the privilege of freedom of speech. I would urge honorable members not to abuse these privileges. I intend to protect the privileges of this House and of members so that they can enjoy almost unfettered freedom to speak on behalf of Bahamians. And I caution you not to abuse these rights. We cannot afford any slippage in any of those areas if we intend to advance the institution. I will be naming the sessional committees in short order. I wish to remind the honorable members that these committees are a part of the construct of the institution. They play a very important role in the overall functioning of the legislative branch of our parliamentary democracy. There is much work to be done. After they would have been appointed, each committee will be expected to carry out its mandate. Members, I have come to discover across the Commonwealth nations that there is a speaker's tradition of being fair to minorities. A tradition that holds steadfast to the notion that we are all equal and the equality of our voices through collective responsibilities can revive, redirect, and rebuild a robust and responsible parliament, recognizing the fundamental ideals associated with the corporate governance. As Speaker, I intend to maintain this ancient tradition, as it is my hope that notwithstanding our partisan opinions, this Parliament will create better relations with each other, while tabling the affairs of the people in order to create progressive and transformative recommendations which will ultimately enhance legislative change. While the Chair is cognizant of the fact that the Executive is present in the Chamber to account to Parliament for its stewardship of the people's business, there will be an overarching principle that as far as possible, all members wear the same size cloak of honor, and based on that assumption, all members are to be treated equally. The business of this House will be conducted in an atmosphere of respect. I charge all members to be courteous and respectful to the Chair. I charge members to also be courteous and respectful to each other in the conduct of your debates. Honorable members, as the COVID-19 pandemic continues to plague our nation, we owe a great debt to many who are not here, many who didn't live to see the sunrise on this new day. Therefore, it is our solemn duty to press forward. We must press forward with a determined zeal to continue the progress that this Parliament initiated when it was first convened in 1729. Which was never broken from this very chair. Their voices have all charged parliamentarians to deliver security, prosperity, and to recognize the abiding respect for the rule for our common humanity. From the depths of the greatest health crisis of our time, we must coordinate our response to avoid further catastrophe in the hope of steering our country in a direction to heal our nation. This is important work. This is the good work that we were elected to do. Therefore, let's press forward and not backwards, upward with the confidence of creating bipartisan relations, onward to a firm belief that human dignity is the greatest respect we can afford our fellow constituents, and together. Holding hands, acknowledging that this, as imperfect as we are, we were made imperfectly perfect through our collective uniqueness. As your 55th Speaker, I wish to assure you that I will take my task very seriously, and I shall conduct the business of this House in a fair and unbiased manner. Each member should have received a package of documents containing very helpful information. A copy of the rules of procedures is in that package. I counsel you to acquaint yourselves with these rules, as I shall enforce them. I am not unmindful of the view that the Chamber is a political arena, and a degree of latitude will be extended to all members. It is not the intention of the Chair to stifle debates or to render them dull and lifeless, but do expect the chair to allow the conduct of business of this chamber to descend to a level of unacceptable mean. Disrespect for the chair will in no way be tolerated. Honorable members, as a body, we are servants of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. As individuals, we are the servants of our constituents. We have a moral obligation to treat them with respect by embarking on every debate with sobriety and decorum. We have a moral obligation not only to show up for work, but to show up for work on time. I have every intention to start the business of this House on time every day. I have the assurance that the government is committed to ensuring the attendance of a sufficient number of members to form a quorum. For that, I am pleased. The time for the commencement of each meeting is set in the motion for suspension or adjournment. Let us make a concerted effort to honor this commitment. The elections are over, and while the people's decision cannot be favorable to everyone, we must bear in mind that it is the people's right to decide who will govern them over the next 5 years. The decision has been made. It's time now to get on with the people's business. I now take this opportunity to congratulate the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, the Honorable Philip Edward Brave Davis, for driving his party to victory during the elections held 16 September 21. I also wish to congratulate all members who were successful in their respective constituencies. Let us all look forward to this new parliamentary session with hope and determination to progressively enhance the quality of life for all and sundry. Thank you. The member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. I am advised by the clerk that you seek permission to address the House. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is with considerable honor and pride I stand to congratulate you on your election as Speaker of our Honorable House, which has been in continuous existence as the Assembly of the Bahamian people for some 292 years, as has been mentioned before. This is one of the oldest parliaments in the world. I know that this is a moment replete with pride for you and your family. It is your achievement, but it's also an achievement for all Bahamians, as this parliament, and it bears repeating again, for only the second time in our history, has chosen a woman to preside over its proceedings. You follow in the footsteps of Ms. Italia Johnson, and I'm proud to say another person of Cat Island descent, who in 1997 had the honor of being the first woman to be elected Speaker. And as the representative for Cat Island in this place, I warmly extend their congratulations, and we are proud of your accomplishment, and we have no doubt that you'll be balanced and judicious and rule with equanimity from the seat of your authority. Madam Speaker, a few moments ago, 39 members were sworn in as members of this House. Of this group, 24 are new to our Honorable House. At a time of great crisis, we should greet this infusion of new thinking, new perspectives, and new energy with the warmest of welcomes. It is indeed a very serious time to become a representative of the people, a time when our challenges are great and the needs of our people many. I congratulate all of our fellow members and pray that each one of us works hard and well for our constituents and for all Bahamians. We must all respect and honor the rules, customs, and practices that have guided the conduct of members of our House and ensure that democratic principles are fully entrenched in everything that we do. And as Madam Speaker is well aware, the political impartiality of the Speaker is one of the most important features of our system. Now that you have taken your solemn oath, and each and every member of the House should feel confident that you will deal with them fairly, and you've expressed that in your opening statements, and not to show any form of favoritism or partiality. In like manner, we are all obliged to demonstrate courtesy and respect for you and for your office. Madam Speaker, I hope that my years of parliamentary experience will allow me, when helpful, to guide the new members and to offer to you, Madam Speaker, any wisdom gained from that experience, of course, without overstepping my role or overstepping or intruding on yours. Madam Speaker, on the 16th of September, the people of the Bahamas ushered in a new day. I would like to commend the Bahamian people for the peaceful, serious, and measured manner in which they exercised their democratic right. The Bahamians who sent us to the House to represent them did so with votes that were not, in many cases, easy to cast. In fact, to our regret, many of our fellow citizens who wished to vote were not able to, for various reasons. Nonetheless, the election last month did send a message. Bahamians said loud and clear that old answers are not the solutions we need to build a new future. And there's no time to waste. The day of reckoning is here. Problems that were postponed too long must now be confronted. Many of the choices which lie ahead will not be easy ones. But if we have the best interests and the dignity of the Bahamian people as our North Star, we will rise to the moment. Even as we move to stabilize the nation's finances, we need to invest in new healthcare capacity and to get our children back into classrooms that are safe for everyone. We need to build an economy that is dynamic and exciting enough to answer the doubts of every young Bahamian who wonder if their future can be built here. We have a moral imperative to transform opportunities in education and employment and ownership. We have to build for the future, even as we confront the present. In Parliament, the people rule through their representatives, but there is a higher power who would want us to act from a place of mercy, compassion, and humility. Let us pray that we reach that worthy aspiration. Madam Speaker, it will be our sacred responsibility in the House of Assembly to not just find an exit from existing crises, but to build a country that is stronger and more resilient. Let this be a time of renewal, a time when we come together with courage and with common purpose to define our nation's cause, a time to serve our people. And I emphasize, a time to serve our people, our country, and our God. May God bless you, Madam Speaker, bless all of us, and of course, may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. Is that a communication that you would like to be tabled?
I will table, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you.
Clerk, order that the document be brought up. Order that the document do lie on the table. I now invite honorable members to elect from among yourselves a member to be the Deputy Speaker. Honorable Member for South and Central Eleuthera.
On behalf of the resilient people of the great constituency of Central and South Eleuthera. First, I would like to thank God Almighty, my wife Delia, my family, the Honorable Prime Minister, members of the Progressive Liberal Party, my team members, and especially my constituents. As newly elected members of this chamber, we are not in this place by chance. It has been almost 40 years since the Progressive Liberal Party has represented the constituency of St. John's, now known as North Eleuthera. The then member was the Honorable Peter Bethel, who made great strides for the fishing industry in developing the communities in that constituency. The now member for North Eleuthera is a true example of how hard work, determination, and building relationships leads to success. He has a tall task in rebuilding Eleuthera, but I am sure he is up for the challenge, and no doubt he will succeed. Eleuthera did indeed bring home twins, and I am excited to work along with my friend and my brother to bring back the glory days to Eleuthera with a renewed focus on family island affairs and development. Eleuthera will now get the focus and attention it has lacked for so long. It is indeed a new day. Madam Speaker, it is only then fitting that I rise to nominate the honourable member for North Eleuthera to the Deputy Speaker of the House.
Is there a seconder? Honourable Member for Central and South Apico.
Madam Speaker, I am humbled to rise from the Central and South Apico constituency. I'm here to serve my fellow Abiconians. I would like to thank my family, my team, particularly my fellow Abiconians for putting me in a place to bring Apico back from the ashes. We have been severely distressed, our challenges are overwhelming, and I plan to stand and speak strong for my people. I rise to second the motion for Deputy Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the honourable member for North Eleuthera be elected Deputy Speaker of the House. As many are in favour will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The honourable member for North Eleuthera has been elected Deputy Speaker of the House. I congratulate the member for North Eleuthera and invite you now to bring brief remarks.
It is truly a new day. Although I am a man of very few words, I'm humbled and honored. Thank you for the privilege of addressing such a high-level and distinguished audience. It is with great pleasure that I accept this post as the Deputy Speaker of the House, and I will do my endeavor best to make sure that order is kept. And I warn you members, be careful. We are here to do the people's work, and you have to take the chip off your shoulder. It's not yellow, it's not red, it's not green. It's time to put the Bahamian people back into this Parliament House and make this a truly honorable house. I will do my endeavor best to make sure that order is kept, this distinguished house, and be fair to all individuals involved. I look forward to being your humble servant and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honourable Member for North Eleuthera. I will now appoint the following members to be a committee to wait on His Excellency, the Governor General. The Honourable Member for Golden Gates, the Honourable Member for Central and South Eleuthera, and the Honourable Member for St. Barnabas. You will inform His Excellency that the House has proceeded to the election of its Speaker, and I, Patricia DeVoe, Member of Parliament for the Bamboo Town constituency, have been so elected. You will also advise His Excellency that the House desires to know when His Excellency will be pleased to receive members of the House of Assembly in the precincts of the Senate in the Convention Center at Bahamas.
Yes, well, we've seen the Speaker and Deputy Speaker elected in the Senate and in the House of Assembly. For those just tuning in, the Speaker in the House of Assembly is the Honourable Patricia DeVoe, the Bamboo Town MP. The Deputy Speaker, Sylvanus Petty from North Eleuthera. And committee members from the House, Pierre Glover Roll, Clay Sweeting, Shannon Dunn Cartwright, will head to the Governor General, as are the Senate committee members, Darren Pickstock, Kirk Russell, and Maxine Seymour. So the time to hear the speech from the throne is
very
so
near,
much
very near indeed. I believe they're on their way to wait on His Excellency, and I suspect that in short order they will return, and the Governor will appear, and the Prime Minister will present the speech to the Governor General, and he will proceed to read it. I am expecting great things to be in it, and guess we'll wait and see.
We did hear a bit from the Prime Minister, though, in a short congratulatory address. And he spoke about this of being the day of reckoning. He says a day of reckoning is here.
Well, you know, the campaign is over. And lots of things were said by campaigners, members of Parliament to be. And what I believe the Prime Minister is saying, he's been given the mandate of the Bahamian people to govern, and he intends to do it with distinction. I believe he is capable of that, and I am looking forward to great things from him and indeed his government. Members of Parliament who have not been given ministerial positions will certainly be expecting ministers to assist them to the extent that they're able to do some things in their constituency which would have to be done by the government. And so a lot of people think that parliamentarians or MP could do things out of their pocket. They can't. So they expect that whatever resources is available to the government would be shared in the various constituencies to the extent that the Minister of Finance finds that possible. And so at the end of 5 years, no member of Parliament should have to say, well, I wasn't able to do nothing because that'll be a sin.
So there should be something, even if it's not what you expected it to be.
It's got to be something, so that at least you have a record on which you can at least present yourself again to the electorate for re-election. Because the Bahamian people are impatient, you know. I've seen the impatience. they are not going to be happy to hear I couldn't do nothing because my hands were tied. Tied? What you come back for then? I mean, to tie it more? So, you know, you could be a one-time MP if you come with that excuse. And so I've given my advice to a few of my younger brothers in Parliament. And what I say to them is, listen, you were elected to serve a particular people, constituency, so to speak. Let them hear you speaking for them. See, because if you don't get nothing, they got somebody else to blame. But if they never hear you, you just warm and seat. When you come to the House, you don't say nothing. You just come and go.
Yeah, that means knowing your constituency and your constituents well.
Yes. And I'm telling you, they want to hear you speak on their behalf of their needs, of their expectation. And if nothing happens, at least you can go and say, listen, I have done my part. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, that was my mantra. Every time I get up, I speak for Auckland's and Crooked Island them. And I was happy to do that. Not because I got everything I desired, but I was a champion for them. And I got some things done. Mm-hmm. And my record speaks for itself. And so go, brothers and sisters, do your best. And let the people who elected you feel that you are trying hard to represent them.
Absolutely. We're still getting shots of the House of Assembly on our screens. Yeah, but those committee members from both the House and the Senate should have left by now.
Oh, I'm sure they've
gone. To go to the ballroom where the Governor General will give the speech from the throne. Now,
I'm sure because the Governor General might already be in the precincts of the parliamentary proceedings, he wouldn't be long before he sends the message to the House and invite the House of Assembly members to join him in the Senate, so to speak, or in the precincts of the Senate.
Absolutely. That's right. And before we go, we're going to soon go back to Shashina Roll, but let's point out the importance of the Governor General not being able to enter the House of Assembly.
No, he has never, well, it may be before my time, but I've never seen a Governor General in the precincts of the House of Assembly. You know, I'm sure there is no writings as to why. I've not seen it in any writings, but because he is the chief representative of the people, he doesn't have to go there to do what needs to be done on the people's behalf. Members of Parliament must go there to do what needs to be done for the people, but he makes declarations.
And that's done in the upper chamber.
Is done off from his office as Governor General. And so after the speech from the throne, you would probably only hear from him acting on the advice of the Prime Minister. And he does that from his office generally.
Let's go now to and see what the mood is like there at Bahamas. Shashina.
The National Vice Chair of the Progressive Party. Thank you so much for joining us today.
It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be here with you today.
You and I have spoken earlier. We talked a little bit about how historic this event has been so far and for so many reasons. Just a while ago, we would have seen the President of the Senate as well as the Speaker of the House, two powerful females, be elected to represent in those capacities. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, it's truly refreshing, and it's historic moment truly in our country to see two women being elevated to this high office, Speaker of the House and President of the Senate. This is what they've been fighting for many years now, and to have them serving in this capacity as both Speaker and President is truly amazing. And I think if Doris Johnson was alive right now, she would have been overwhelmed with joy and and just that feeling of accomplishment that what she's been fighting for women's rights in this country is now there. And you see that throughout the entire Davis-led government, where you have 7 women who are elected to power on September 17th and 16th to serve the people of the Bahamas, and they're now, for many of them, are serving in cabinet, doing an exceptional job. So it's truly a historic moment here today.
Some 1,200 persons were set to attend this event, many of whom have traveled from throughout the Bahamas because they say that they wanted to be a part of and they wanted to support these parliamentarians, and they wanted to also take in the celebration.
Right, and yeah, you have people from all over the Bahamas that came from Abaco all the way down to South Renagua, and they truly look amazing. And this is what the opening of Parliament is.
Yes, it
you
sure
come
is.
out, you show your support to your elected member of House, because this is definitely the people's house, and you show them that, hey, we're here to help you and to congratulate you and celebrate with you, because this is a win for all of us, all Bahamians. The opening of Parliament is a historic, significant event that takes place in our country, and our people, for being locked up so long from last year, this whole COVID situation, it's truly a breath of fresh air to get some type of relief, to be outside and just be a part of this occasion. And it's amazing. And the Bahamian people, they truly showed up in the numbers today. They truly showed out, and it's truly a great event.
And of course, we always talk about, when it comes to the opening of Parliament, the fashion that we see. No one really puts it together like our Bahamian brothers and sisters. On the screen now, you see a wide variety of colors.
Yep.
You see the fascinators, so many of the fascinators, the beautiful hats. I'm not sure how much into fashion you are into, but also so many local designers.
Right.
The persons who I would have spoken to would have said that they went to local designers here for these outfits to be designed just for this momentous occasion. And it also speaks to the talent of our Bahamian people.
In our country, yeah. It's truly amazing. And I'm overwhelmed with joy just to be a part of it. We've had a trying year with this whole pandemic. Many of people who, when we wake up, you see so much RIPs on these social media outlets. But today we can actually, get a sense of relief and some type of joy in our hearts to know that many of them who wanted to be here are not here, but we are here to carry on that celebration for them and, remember them throughout this entire journey. So it's truly a special occasion here today, and I'm glad that many of those who are still here are able to partake in it, and those who are watching live can partake in it. And it's something that should always be carried on, because even the generation that's coming up underneath us has to know where they came from and what their country, how it started. And this significant event, it marks the date that we, as a Bahamian people, who have our independence, actually have a celebratory service to open our Parliament doors to get the legislative part of our government going. So it's truly amazing.
And of course, this is outside of the tradition,
right,
where it takes place on Rawson Square. A lot of persons are able to attend this time around because of the global pandemic.
Right.
Everything has been set up differently, but you have to give kudos to the organizers and the protocol officers, even to the Royal Bahamas Police Force, for being out in full force and ensuring that the social distancing has been maintained. Here at Bahama, our 3 rooms were specifically reserved. One was for the Senate, one was for the House of Parliament, and here, in just a few moments, we will see when the Governor General comes to read the speech from the throne. So there are 3 different areas that have been strategically set up to ensure the social distancing and the limitations are placed where they needed to be placed.
Right. And I like you say, I join in with you, Shishina, to say congratulations to the steering committee and all the protocol officers for not, because we are out of our element, but they replicated Parliament and the Senate so good that you felt like you actually are part of the gallery when you're sitting in there. And that's truly a feeling of history and joy just to be a part of that, to know that I am actually, we're not in the halls, but you made me feel, by recreating the event, made me feel a part of the Senate and a part of the House of Assembly, and now we're going to actually witness the reading of the speech from the throne from the Governor General in just a few moments.
There you have their 2 former cabinet ministers, Kaylis Roll and Dr. Danny Johnson. Earlier, we would have also seen the former Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Perry Gladstone Christie, along with his family members of the judiciary. So many persons are here to take in the sights and sounds of this opening of Parliament. Also, who do you have there?
The former Governor General.
Oh my
Oh man,
gosh,
Lady P.
always so elegantly
Always.
dressed, sitting there. Last time around, 5 years ago, it would have been her who would have read that speech from the throne. We are now going to take it to the Senate.
Of the Bahamas as practicable, and whereas it is not convenient to convene the next session of Parliament in the city of Nassau as proclaimed in the said proclamation, be it now therefore resolved that this Senate adjourns to meet later today at such time and place, be it in the precincts of the Senate in the Convention Center at Bahamas, or at such other place as is appointed by His Excellency, the Governor General.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas it was appointed by proclamation dated 19th day of August 2021 that the Parliament of the Bahamas be dissolved and that the next session of Parliament be held in the city of Wednesday, 6th day of October 2021. And whereas it is the custom and tradition of this Senate that after being so assembled to wait on Her Majesty's representative, His Excellency, the Governor General, with their President. And whereas it is conducive to good and democratic governance that the business of this Senate, whenever and wherever possible, be open to and conducted in the presence of as many people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas as practicable. And whereas it is not convenient to convene the next session of Parliament in the city of Nassau as proclaimed in the said proclamation, be it now therefore resolved that this Senate adjourns to meet later today at the same time and place, be it in the precincts of the Senate in the Convention Center at Bahamas or at such other place as is appointed by His Excellency, the Governor General. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed. This meeting is adjourned. We will now proceed to the Convention Center at Bahamas to await the arrival of His Excellency.
All rise. We will leave in succession the clerks and Madam President, followed by the side to the right, and they will be followed by the side to the left. Once the procedure in the chamber in the Convention Center is completed, we will return here, all senators, we will return here to complete the business of the Senate.
And as you would have heard there, that resolution would have passed by the senators, and as well the members of the House will now join the Governor General here at the Grand Ballroom, the Convention Center, where we will hear the speech from the throne in a few moments. We've spoken to a lot of persons who are waiting anxiously and in anticipation of hearing exactly what this legislative agenda will be for the next session.
Right, and indeed, we certainly see a new day that's here, and everywhere you go to the Bahamas, you hear people saying this new day, new day. So they're ready for the government to work to get us to that new day. And I certainly think that the legislative part of it is a major part of it that needs to get started in order for us to actually start the process of getting to that new day that we talked about. And everyone is anticipating what it will be. We just wait to see what the Governor General will charge them to do and what the throne says. So we all wait on that right now, but we're definitely waiting to see that new day, and it's going to be good.
Of course, the Governor General, His Excellency C.A. Smith, he is no newcomer to this. He is a four-time member of Parliament, four-time cabinet minister, very astute politician and statesman. And we know that he brings a lot to the table. I have spoken with some of the ministers who would have been appointed and members of Parliament who would have been elected, who say that he has already given them so many words of advice and encouragement so far.
Right, indeed. And we saw earlier, the Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Ray Davis for Cat Island, Kingston, Salvador, member of Parliament, he stated that there were actually 24 new members elected to Parliament. So you have 39 seats, and 24 of those seats being new members. So we're definitely going to see a different change and the thinking level inside Parliament. So that's one that we're going to follow. And I think that this session of Parliament is going to be heavily watched by many because people are waiting to see what's actually going to be presented. So this is definitely one that we're going to be following from this point on until the next election cycle.
And of course, the new faces. And a lot of those new faces are young people, vibrant people, professionals from various sectors who we know will contribute to the furtherance of this economy,
Indeed.
to the growth of the economy, and to the betterment of the country.
Indeed. And that's on both spectrums,
both sides.
both the Senate and the House of Assembly.
Correct.
Because you have now Mr. Barry Griffin. He's the youngest person to be elected by the Senate peers, colleagues, to be a vice president of the Senate. So that's truly a historic moment, well, in our country as well, that we should note. Barry was the former chairman of the Progressive Young Liberals, and he's also a national vice chair as well for the Progressive Liberal Party. So I work closely with him, and he's going to do an exceptional job in his capacity as senator and as vice president of the Senate. The same thing with Quentin Lightburn, young, astute young man, very intelligent, professional, and it's truly indeed amazing to see what they're going to do and serving in that capacity, because it's really a historic moment here.
And there we see the Attorney General coming in, Minister Michael Halkitis, and the senators now walking in. That is also, he's from Grand Bahama, Kirk Russell, who would have just passed, and Darren Henfield from Abaco. The senators now entering and being greeted with a warm round of applause.
It's led by the President of the Senate, Mr. Shell Adley, and the Vice President following right behind him, Mr. Barry Griffin.
And of course, it has to be a special feeling. We would have spoken with some of the mothers, Jomo Campbell and Jamal Strawn, all of them who said that they are so proud of their children. They are here today to represent them. And so many family members and supporters also proud to be a part of this opening of Parliament.
Indeed, it's always a parent's joy to see that their children excel inside their life, and that just brings happiness to them, that they are doing something good and positive in their country to give back. And it's truly I can't imagine the feeling they're going through right now, to see that their child and their family member is actually here doing something great for their country, and that ought to be complimented, definitely.
And of course, we feel the sense of pride coming here from the the halls of Parliament.
I love to serve my people, and since I came back and joined the Progressive Liberal Party, I've been working in the capacity to serve, and the aspirations are there to definitely see me in the halls one day when it comes. ballroom to give the speech from the throne. All right. Okay. And he's walking with his lovely wife, heading this way now to make that speech. And people are anticipating what he's going to actually be saying and what he'll be doing. So he's indeed. He's being escorted by the Royal Guard. They're now heading to the ballroom to give the speech.
Okay. The Governor General and Lady Smith.
We're now about to receive the Governor General.
Royal Bahamas Police Force and Defense Force, Guard of Honor, were in their positions earlier for the arrival of Their Excellencies, the Most Honorable Mr. Cornelius Alvin Smith of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and Lady Clara Smith. The Excellencies, the Governor General and Lady Smith, will now be accompanied by Assistant Superintendent of Police Edgar Kemp. Once they would have arrived at the convention center. Now they are making their way into the grand ballroom here at the convention center. They will be received by the Chief Justice, Mr. Paul Roll, Provost Marshal, Dr. Raymond King, and the Commodore of the Defense Force, and the Deputy Chief of Protocol. As you know, Duran, the expectations now are extremely high. The needs are great. And right after this, it means that we now move on to conduct the business of the people.
Indeed, indeed. Now that you have a week long of celebrations, swearing-ins, and appointments to cabinet ministers, and now you have the official opening of Parliament, the work truly begins now to get that started on behalf of the Bahamian people. So we do have a lot that's going on in our country, and it's going to take all hands on deck to get it done. But Bahamian people has tasks.
And as we can hear being played by the Royal Bahamas Police and Defense Forces, one God, one people, one Bahamas. We couldn't say it any better at a time like this.
Yeah.
Elections
Indeed.
are now over, and so we move together in unity as one.
Yes, indeed. There you have it, the Governor General, His Excellency Cornelius A. Smith. He's now going to read the speech from the throne.
In just a few moments, we will hear from His Excellency C.A. Smith, the Governor General of the Bahamas. Many things we can expect and we anticipate that may be high on the agenda. One of those maybe even gender equality.
Right.
We see with 7 women now elected to Parliament. This is something now that we need to openly discuss once again and move forward with that.
Indeed, indeed. And we see that all the chief magistrates are here as well, who make up our Supreme Court and judicial branch of the government as well, in support of the legislative branch. And it shows you that everything that they're ready to work on, ready to get things going. But we do have a task ahead of us, and we as the Bahamian people, you know, we have to keep these members of Parliament feet to the fire, because they're the ones we elected to represent us. And once we do that and we work together as one, Yes, they may be the government, but we are the people, and we have to work together as one to bring our country out of this state.
The nation's leader, Prime Minister Philip Davis, also addressing the parliamentarians in the House of Assembly this morning, and he congratulated the Speaker, Patricia DeVoe, who is also from Cat Island. He said that that was indeed a proud moment for him as well, as he reposed his faith and his confidence in what she will be able to do moving forward. We also saw where the Deputy Speaker made it clear that going forward, everything will be done in decency and in order. And he was quite stern about that as well.
Yes, so you're going to see a totally different parliament this time around, where you have a strong and stern speaker and a stronger and stern deputy to keep order and decency inside the honorable chambers and the honorable house. And it's truly an amazing feeling to see that's actually being back restored. And also, too, you have the member for...
and in accordance with Article 44(1),
we will now
the
send it to the throne.
The Honorable Senate has proceeded to the election of a president, and I present myself, Your Excellency, as a humble object of...
Thank you, Madam President. I congratulate you on your election to the office of President, of which a committee of the Senate was so good as to inform me earlier today.
May it please Your Excellency, I have now, in the name and on behalf of members of the Honorable Senate, to lay claim by humble petition to the ancient and undoubted rights and privileges, particularly that their persons may be free from arrest and molestation, that they may enjoy freedom of speech in all their debates, that they may have access to Your Excellency's person whenever occasion may require, and that all their proceedings may have Your Excellency's most favorable construction.
Gentleman Black Rod, you will proceed to the House of Assembly and command the immediate attendance upon me of the Honorable Speaker and the members of the Honorable House of Assembly.
All right, so I see.
For the members of the House of Assembly, they are just outside of the Convention Center and will shortly join the Governor General in just a few moments.
And once you have both the Senate and the House of Assembly together, then you will hear from the Governor General, His Excellency, who will deliver the speech from the throne.
Today remains, as we would have said before, an historic day. We are here at the Bahamas Convention Center, where we await the members of the House of Assembly to join the Governor General. We also know that we are here because one of the reasons is we know that inclement weather was set to happen, and that was one of the biggest fears. I understand now that the rain has started to come down, and so thankfully we are indoors.
You can
But
see it
the
coming down.
ceremonies, yes,
He
the
was inspecting
ceremonies
the
will
guard up there.
continue.
Yeah. You know, these ceremonies always start with the royal salute and also the inspection of the guard. The Governor General himself walk around and inspect the officers, and that's truly a historic moment as well to add to today's opening as well. And it normally starts with, before you get to the swearing in and speeches from the Speaker and the Senate.
And the gallery right now is quite quiet.
Yep.
As we all await. Before, though, when the speeches were made from the President of the Senate and also made from the Speaker of the House, in here was lively.
It was, yeah.
Because people were applauding some of the things that they were saying and truly congratulating the Prime Minister for a team that he has put together that will carry out the vision moving forward.
Right, right.
Thank you.
I think they were just, everyone was caught up in the excitement, and even with the swearing in, when the members of the Parliament were taking their oaths, you hear how lively they were to be a part of that. A lot of them cheering for their MPs who they elected to the Honourable House, and even with some of the Senate appointments,
that the Parliament of the Bahamas be dissolved and that the next session of Parliament be held in the city of Nassau and shall commence in the forenoon of Wednesday, 6th day of October 2021. And whereas it was appointed by the said proclamation that this Honourable House, after being duly constituted by the election of members thereto, should meet on the 6th day of October 2021, and whereas it is not convenient to convene the next session of Parliament in the city of Nassau as proclaimed in the said proclamation, and whereas it is the custom and tradition of this House that after being so constituted, to inform Her Majesty's representative, His Excellency the Governor-General, of that fact, and to know when he will be pleased to receive the Honourable House with its Speaker. And whereas it is conducive to good and democratic governance, that the business of this House, whenever and wherever possible, be open to and conducted in the presence of as many citizens of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas as practicable, and whereas His Excellency the Governor-General has summoned the attendance of members of the House of Assembly to the precincts of the Senate in the Convention Center at Bahamas, be it now therefore resolved that this Honourable House do now adjourn to meet immediately in the precincts of the Senate in the Convention Center at Bahamas, as is commanded by His Excellency the Governor-General, where he will receive the Honourable House with his Speaker. I so move.
Is there a seconder? Resolution be agreed. Whereas it was appointed by proclamation dated the 19th day of August 2021 that the Parliament of the Bahamas be dissolved and that the next session of Parliament be held in the city of Nassau and shall commence in the forenoon of Wednesday, 6th day of October 2021. Be it now therefore resolved that this Honourable House do now adjourn to meet immediately in the precincts of the Senate in the Convention Center at Bahamas, as is commanded by His Excellency, the Governor-General, where he will receive His Honourable House with its Speaker. As many are in favor will remain seated, those opposed will stand. The resolution has been agreed. All rise.
And there you have it, the leader of government business, who is also the Minister of Social Services and Urban Development and Member of Parliament for West Grand Bahama, Mr. Obadiah Wilshcombe, reading the resolution in part that they are to adjourn and meet immediately as commanded by His Excellency Governor General C.A. Smith. And so there you have it, the House coming now, and just a few doors down, walking, they will meet us here in the convention center.
Right. If this was a normal day in Parliament, you'll see them to come out the chamber of the House of Assembly, walk down the side, around the corner, come around Rawson Square, greet the Governor General, then they'll all take their seats and wait for the Governor General to address the nation and them and charge them with the duty for the speech from the throne. So it's quite different here today. They'll be walking down the hall from one ballroom into the next ballroom to greet the Governor General to receive that speech from the throne. So it's truly an historic event still today, as they do so right now.
And of course, it is outside of the traditions that we have been accustomed to, but nonetheless, the times in which we live in means that you have to be creative.
Right.
And this certainly speaks to that creativity. Again, we spoke about and spoke to about the protocol officers who have done an extremely tremendous job in ensuring that everything that is happening now takes place in a way with safety first in mind.
Indeed.
I would have had an opportunity to speak with the leader of government business, and he said as they planned today's event, that was the focus, to ensure that this is done with over 1,000 persons in attendance.
Right.
You have to ensure that safety was key.
Most definitely, especially because the climate right now, the COVID situation in our country, safety is definitely a priority. I'm glad that they took the necessary measures to even be, and they're very strict with that. Even at the door, coming into the building, you had to take a temperature and make sure that your mask is properly worn, your hands are properly sanitized, and if you didn't have a ticket to be in the building, you were not allowed in the building. So most definitely, the precautions that they took and put in place are definitely, which was much needed to keep the crowd control under control.
There you have on the screen, that is Kurt Hollingsworthy would have been the candidate for Marco City.
Yeah.
He was not successful, but he is still here in attendance, of course, to show his support.
And I saw a few of the candidates who was not successful in this election from the Progressive Party actually came out to support their friends and their party members who were now members of Parliament in their take the oath for the House of Assembly to serve. So it's truly amazing to see that the support is definitely there, and also a lot of the former parliamentarians and members of Parliament. The Honourable Leslie Miller was here, and Nikita Daddy Johnson was here as well, and the former Prime Minister Perry Christie was also here in attendance to this event today. So it's good to see that the support from the former members of Parliament and those who
We
served.
will now send it back to the podium. Okay, and now we can see where the members of Parliament who would have just recently taken that oath of office and have been sworn in are now making their way into the convention center.
Indeed. She is led by Madam Speaker. We have to get used to saying that now. It's been a while. Madam Speaker, Patricia DeVoe, member for Bamboo Town, followed by the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister, and then the rest of you see some of the cabinet ministers there as well, and the rest of the members of Parliament. So It's truly a good thing. They're being welcome.
And of course, they are getting a warm welcome. As those who are in attendance are now standing there. We have the nation's leader, Prime Minister Philip Davis, followed by the Deputy Prime Minister, of course, Chester Cooper.
And this is how it would have been set up. See two sides of Parliament, and you have the middle where Queen Victoria's statue is. The Governor General would have been seated right there. The members of the House of Assembly would have been on one side, and the Senate would have been sitting on the opposite side, where you have the red carpet drawn out to lead the road to the Governor General.
I also saw just a few moments ago the now opposition leader, the former Prime Minister, also making his way in.
Yes, and too, the opposition job is very important as well when you're in the House of Assembly, because they're all members of Parliament. So you represent the Queen as well, so official opposition, and you have a duty to carry out your tasks as well for the BMP, because they still elected you to Parliament to serve. So you have to still do your job that you were elected to too. Now you may not have been the government, but you still was elected to Parliament to serve on behalf of the people which you represent. So they have a very great task ahead of them too.
And of course, that task is to ensure that the government is kept accountable. And
for what they're doing. Indeed.
That is extremely important. The Prime Minister there again, standing next to him, the Deputy Prime Minister, and then of course you have Fred Mitchell.
Fred Mitchell
Member of Parliament for Fox Hill.
Yeah, he's probably one of the longest serving members of Parliament we have actually in here. Fred, both, that's if you include the Senate and the House of Assembly. Fred Mitchell is the longest serving parliamentarian that's actually here now.
In the exercise of their undoubted rights and privileges, and in accordance with Article 50, subsection 1 of the Constitution, the Honourable House of Assembly have proceeded to the election of a Speaker, and I present myself to Your Excellency as the humble object of their choice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I congratulate you on your election to the office of Speaker, of which a committee of the House was so good as to inform me earlier today.
May it please Your Excellency, I have now, in the name and on behalf of members of the Honourable House of Assembly, lay claim by humble petition to the ancient and undoubted rights and privileges, particularly that their person may be free from arrest and molestation, that they may enjoy freedom of speech in their debates, that they may have access to Your Excellency's person whenever occasion may require, and that all their proceedings may receive Your Excellency's most favorable construction.
Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, just 22 years ago, 22 days ago, my government was elected with a mandate to bring about a new day in our Bahamas. It is clear from the results of the election that Bahamians demand transformational change. My government comes into governance with our country in the midst of a mismanaged health and economic crisis. My government is committed to work in partnership with other nations, with our local communities, and, most importantly, with the Bahamian people to address the challenges that these crises pose. Today, my government proposes our blueprint for change. My government is committed to executing good governance established on the principles of transparency, integrity, and accountability. My government will consult and be inclusive in our decision-making. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government fully understands that we cannot resolve our country's economic crisis until we have resolved the health crisis. The COVID-19 crisis has exposed many of the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of our health care system. As a first priority, my government will therefore introduce legislation and policies to fully address future major health risks to avoid the need for emergency orders. My government will make investments in healthcare infrastructure throughout the Bahamas and ensure that family island clinics are properly equipped, inclusive of the capacity for telemedicine. My government will build new hospitals in New Providence and Grand Bahama through public-private partnerships. My government will prioritize public health and wellness initiatives and will move more aggressively to introduce catastrophic health care insurance to make health care more affordable and to address the mental health issues in our country. My government also recognizes, applauds, and expresses its gratitude to the doctors, the nurses, other frontline workers, and volunteers for their meritorious and selfless service during this pandemic. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, the present economic crisis has left a trail of unprecedented misery among the Bahamian people and our public finances in a dismal state. But despite this bleak outlook, my government will introduce measures that will bring immediate relief to the Bahamian people and to businesses. My government will amend the VAT Act to lower the rate of VAT across the board to 10%. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government will focus on issues that will rescue, restore, and strengthen the economy. My government will pursue strategies to address infrastructural needs of the country. My government will pursue measures to stabilize public finances and increase public revenue. My government will implement a debt management plan to address the historic debt burden and deficit. My government will amend the Procurement Act to strengthen provisions for Bahamians' participation in government procurement at all levels. My government will amend the Fiscal Responsibility Act to strengthen the independence of the Fiscal Responsibility Council. My government will amend the Public Financial Management Act to ensure full compliance with all existing legislation. My government will amend the Commercial Enterprises Act to ensure that when jobs are being filled, Bahamians receive the highest priority. My government will also introduce measures to encourage renewable energy industries in solar, wind, wave, and ocean thermal energy. My government recommits the Bahamas to a minimum reliance on renewable energy by 30% by 2030. My government will introduce a merchant shipping bill to bring our jurisdiction in line with its international obligations and to enhance our competitive edge in the global maritime industry. My government will promote Grand Bahama to harness the power of the maritime industry. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government strongly commits to introducing a number of initiatives to support the growth and development of the cultural and creative economy. My government will introduce measures to employ Junkanoo culture and the visual performing arts to drive exports in music, costumes, and art. My government will relaunch and formalize the Sports in Paradise program to encourage major international sports federations and leagues to use the Bahamas as a base. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government is committed to achieving greater food security and reducing our reliance on imports as a matter of priority. My government will introduce a regulatory framework for the cannabis industry. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government will introduce legislation to facilitate a comprehensive program of digitization for the country. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government will restructure the Bahamas Investment Authority to streamline application processes and develop a new marketing strategy. My government will consult with key stakeholders and appropriately amend legislation to provide increased tax incentives and concessions for domestic investors. My government will transform approval processes and launch Bahamas Invest to retain competitiveness and mobilize local and international investors to grow the economy. My government will return tourism to pre-COVID levels by harnessing existing markets. My government will develop an investment portfolio for the Family Islands to promote an investor-friendly environment with a focus on an investment portfolio for specialized industries. My government will undertake infrastructural upgrades throughout all of the islands of the Bahamas in an effort to create investment portfolios. My government will expand the provision of potable water and implement a national strategy for the management of water as a natural resource. The government will introduce a new and progressive building code to increase resilience in the face of climate change. The government will expedite the development of the airports in Exuma, Grand Bahama, and North Eleuthera, and will advance the development of all major airports across the Bahamas through public-private partnerships. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, even as we vigorously pursue avenues of progress throughout our country, my government is mindful that we will not leave behind the most vulnerable or discouraged people in our society. My government will enhance social assistance programs. My government, in collaboration with the private sector and non-governmental organizations, will implement immediate relief measures for Abaco, Grand Bahama, and Ragged Island. Through partnerships with social services, urban renewal, and civil society, including the churches, my government will work to ensure that every Bahamian has life skills, food to eat, clean water, and a roof over their heads. My government will increase the pension for senior citizens. My government will increase the benefits for persons with disabilities and ensure that the provisions of the Persons with Disabilities Equal Opportunities Act are fully implemented and enforced. My government will introduce legislation for the protection of consumers. And my government will increase the minimum wage and phase in a livable wage. My government will reintroduce the RISE program, which provided substantial benefits to many families. My government will work with all stakeholders to bring relief to mortgage and rent payers to prevent an increase in and reduce homelessness. My government will introduce legislation to provide for the establishment of an urban renewal authority to improve the quality of life for residents throughout the Bahamas. My government will create a national second chance jobs program that allows those who have served prison time to enter the job market. And as a part of the Second Chance program, my government will expunge the records of those young people convicted of minor offenses related to the use of marijuana so that they may more easily rejoin the formal, productive economy. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government is fully committed to ensuring that the citizens of the Bahamas feel safe and secure, and will address crime and its associated social ills by adopting a holistic and multifaceted approach. My government will continue to strengthen the Royal Bahamas Police Force to battle crime and preserve the peace, and the Royal Bahamas Defense Force to better defend our territorial sovereignty. My government will transform the Bahamas Correctional Services into a rehabilitative institution in alignment with its mandate. My government, after the broadest consultation with stakeholders, will seek to reform the electoral process in the Bahamas. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government is fully committed to ensuring that our economy works for all Bahamians. And so my government will amend the Hotels Encouragement Act to provide better incentives for Bahamian-owned and joint venture boutique hotels and related tourism offerings. My government will introduce legislation to create tax incentives for small and medium-sized enterprises owned by Bahamians. My government will reestablish harmonious relations between labor, employers, and the government. My government will ensure that all labor issues are addressed as a matter of priority. My government will advance the overall effectiveness of the public service through the expansion of training programs to assist in proper skill set placement, customer service, and revenue enhancement, also by implementing digitization to provide efficiency in clearing backlogs within the ministry and Public Service Commission. In handling the accumulation of pending matters, my government will create room for new matters to be addressed immediately and consistently. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker and honorable members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government considers housing to be a basic right, and through programs and policies, it will increase access to affordable homes. New subdivisions will be developed using public-private partnerships. My government will return to building houses for Bahamians. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government will work to ensure that the natural resources of the Bahamas benefit our people. My government will strengthen legislation that established a sovereign wealth fund. My government proposes that all of our non-financial assets will be held in this fund for the benefit of generations of Bahamians. My government will provide the legal, fiscal, and regulatory framework with the creation of the Ministry of Natural Resources and the Environment. My government will secure carbon credit payments for our natural resources. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government strongly reaffirms that universal and equitable access to quality education is key to our national development and to the fulfillment of each person's potentiality. My government is fully committed to support every young person in overcoming obstacles to digital learning and to restore in-person lessons as soon as it is safe and practical with health guidance. My government will also establish programs for monitoring and assisting high school dropouts so that immediate action is taken to ensure they continue to contribute to society as productive citizens. My government will introduce measures to expand the curriculum offerings and incorporate educational models that build character, promote self-esteem, foster good citizenship for a deeper understanding and appreciation of our history. My government will ensure that the gap in access to education caused by COVID-19 prevention protocols is closed with a comprehensive remediation program to ensure that no child is left behind. My government will create magnet schools and specialty institutes for science, technology, engineering, the visual and performing arts, mathematics, financial literacy, and entrepreneurship. My government will amend the Education Act to provide for universal pre-primary education for 3- and 4-year-olds. Will consolidate the National Accreditation and Equivalency Council of the Bahamas and the Preschool and Daycare Council and specify homeschool modalities. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, the good health and well-being of our youth is of prime concern to my government, and so my government will invest in their development, encourage and support their participation in national life, and provide and promote opportunities for their future. My government will create national programs that tackle new threats to the well-being of young people, including issues of mental health, lack of self-confidence and identity, excessive social media consumption, and national identity and unity. My government will create a national first job program that allows young people between the age of 16 to 25 to gain a one-year government-subsidized placement in a field of national priority, including the new economies and trade. My government will launch the Community Youth Service and offer stipends for young Bahamians to provide service to NGOs and community groups. This can build a vital bridge between school and the job market. My government will establish a National Youth Guard in order for young people to receive technical training, enabling them to serve in a disaster response corps. Madam President, honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government will capitalize on the ongoing successes of the industrial sector on Grand Bahama and use the investment arm of the Ministry for Grand Bahama to create a one-stop shop to attract new local and direct foreign investment by way of duty-free concessions across the entire island. Family island affairs and local government are priorities for my government. My government will develop strategic plans for each island. My government will work towards the finalization of a local government act for New Providence. My government will empower local government with revenue-raising powers and shared jurisdiction over local affairs and community management and development. My government will increase the budget for local government councils during our 5-year term. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government will not tolerate corruption and is committed to introducing effective anti-corruption legislation. My government will govern for the many, not for the few. And promote the best interests of Bahamians and the Bahamas. My government will increase accountability and transparency. My government will fully implement the provisions of the Freedom of Information Act. Measures will be introduced to amend the rules of the House of Assembly to enable fixed sessions of Parliament. My government will pursue a foreign policy that promotes and upholds our founding principles of democracy, human rights, and non-interference. my government will strengthen its engagement with the international community, becoming more strategic and deliberative in our participation in regional and international organizations. And in collaboration with neighboring countries, my government will work to strengthen our maritime borders and seek regional solutions to common issues such as migration. My government will deepen our relations with our bilateral and international partners and bring focused attention to the promotion of trade and investment and the provisions of technical assistance. My government will expand its reach in the global community by opening consulates and embassies, including the appointment of honorary consuls and non-resident envoys in key areas of the world to ensure that our interests are promoted and protected. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, these are the policies and plans upon which my government will legislate in order to bring about a new day in the Bahamas. We look forward to working in partnership with the Bahamian people to bring about a healthier, wealthier, and wiser society. I pray that the blessings of Almighty God may rest upon your councils. Thank you. Thank you.
C.A. Smith reading the speech from the throne, a speech that says that this government is committed to a mandate to bring about a new day in our Bahamas. A number of areas of focus that really got this crowd going, that they really applauded. We heard about the Freedom of the Information Act, that the government intends to fully implement those provisions, as well as an increase for senior citizens. A loud applause for that.
Indeed, you see it. You felt that when the Governor General made those remarks, that the room just lit up with when they heard that amazing announcement that this is what the government has planned in store for our senior citizens. So there is hope, and there is some type of focus for senior citizens inside the government's agenda. So that's pretty amazing and pretty awesome.
Also, a promise made from the campaign trail. The government will amend the VAT Act to lower the rate of VAT across the board to 10%. It is one that has been met with some criticism. Some say that it cannot be done. Here you heard in that speech from the throne where the Prime Minister is saying that it will be done.
It will be done. And that was a strong, bold statement that was made, and it was enforced. You could hear it in the Governor General's voice when he said it. This is going to take place, and it will happen. So just wait and see how it all plays out. There's some good stuff inside the legislative agenda of this new day government.
Also, the increase of the minimum wage and phase in a livable wage. This is something that Bahamians have been asking for a very long time.
Yeah, as you know, many of our Bahamian people, they work hard and they barely make a living with the amount of bills and stress that they have in the country. So this right here, it's a big step forward for the advancement of people's lives and the advancement of the Bahamian economy as a whole by increasing the minimum wage to another level. So this is just awesome. I mean, this is a new day that we were waiting for and hoping for, and it's here. It's here.
Also, the Prime Minister not only did the speech from the throne include the livable wage or the increase for senior citizens, but also a second chance jobs program that will allow those who have served prison time to enter the job market as well.
I think that right there is a pivotal point with getting people back into the workforce and getting a control on your poverty level and your crime in your country. Find something for them to do, and they will be more focused on doing that thing, making money and doing the things that they love to do. So giving them that second opportunity, that's what Brave Davis is about. I work closely with him, and he's a man of second chances, and I'm glad that he made it official by putting it in the legislative agenda that those who went to prison has a second chance to actually make an alliance for themselves and become a valuable contributor to this economy and this country as a whole.
And there you have the Governor General, His Excellency C.A. Smith, holding the hand of his beautiful wife, Lady Clara Smith, as they now make their way down, departing from the throne. At the conclusion of his speech, His Excellency would have bowed to the President of the Senate and to the Speaker of the House of Assembly, both of whom in turn approach the throne, and His Excellency will then present a copy of that speech. His Excellency, the Governor General, will also bow to the President of the Senate and Speaker of the House of Assembly and the members of Parliament. And again, we are listening to the beautiful sounds of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force Band, along with the Royal Bahamas Police Force Band.
I think
two entities that always make us so proud anytime
indeed.
They play, especially at these official ceremonies.
Indeed. We have the departure of the Speaker of the House and the honorable members of the House.
There you have it, the newly elected Speaker of the House, Patricia DeVoe.
Second
a
female.
Powerful woman. We heard that this is something that she has wanted for such a long time, to represent by being the Speaker of the House. Now she has that opportunity.
So it's all she wants. You set your mind on your goal, you can achieve those dreams and goals that you have in life. Once you stay the course and you stay focused and determined, they can become reality. And her reality today is becoming the Speaker of the House of Assembly and the second female in the history of the Bahamas to hold that, and the first female in the Progressive Liberal Party to be nominated to the highest office.
Absolutely.
So it's
absolutely
truly amazing.
Now we see the Royal Bahamas Police Force there, and the Governor General and Lady Smith will also be preceded by the Provost Marshal, the Commodore, and then be attended by the Chief Justice as well.
They're getting ready now
and of course, they are just outside of the convention center. We love to see the uniformity of the branches as they perform, as the salutes are done. There you have on your screen the nation's leader, followed by his
deputy
right hand now. Those two together have a lot of work to do.
It's a lot of work to
based on what we would have heard from the speech from the throne. I saw one of our audience members say if they are able to complete all of these tasks within this 5 years, that could potentially guarantee them another 5 years.
I think this is going to set the pace, and it could be history changing if it happens. If they deliver what they promised in the legislative agenda, which is read from the throne by the Governor General, which is presented to from the Prime Minister to the Governor General. If they deliver those, the history cycle will be break, and if they win another 5 years, it's definitely a tremendous occasion. That too will add to the history books of a government being successful in winning a second term back to back. Because every year, 5 years, we switch out governments, but if they deliver it, they can happen. But it's a lot of transformative things inside, agendas inside this speech from the throne, which gives Bahamian people hope. It gives them hope once again that okay, we see the light, but we have to get to the end, and these members of parliament and the cabinet ministers and the prime minister, they're charged with a great duty to getting us there to that new day.
And of course, the president.
The Bahamas Police Force and Defense Force. See now.
Order!
And we just heard the national anthem being played by the Royal Bahamas Police Force and the Defense Force Band. His Excellency, the Governor General and Lady Smith, they were preceded by the Provost Marshal and Commodore and attended by the Chief Justice. And they proceeded to the saluting dais where His Excellency was given a final royal salute, no inspection of the guard.
Yeah, this is how the entire occasion, actually the entire day goes. You start with the national anthem, then you go with the salute, the royal salute, then you go with the inspection of the guard, and then you end it the same way with the royal salute and the national anthem, but you don't inspect the guard again because you already inspected it. So this is how the proceedings of the entire day goes with the opening of Parliament, and this is truly a moment to be living in and taking in right now.
And I'm so proud that we are able to be a part of such an historic event. Now the official ceremony has concluded. You see where the guests are standing, and they're just giving the Governor General as well as the dignitaries some time to move out before they will be allowed to move out of the convention center. But that is going to do it for us here at the Convention Center. We will send it back to the studio to you, Julian.
Thank you, Shashina, and V. Alfred Gray. Quite an exhaustive list of plans to be achieved over the next 5 years, which is the duration of this legislative session. What are your thoughts? What stands out most to you?
Well, I'm glad you made it clear that this is not a 1 week, 1 month, 1 year proposal by the government of its intentions. It's a 5-year plan, and it's very ambitious, if I can say so. It covered, from my vantage, everything that I would have thought would be in a policy speech such as this. And so I was very, very pleased with the contents of the speech, and the Governor General read it with gusto. And so I'm hoping that the Prime Minister and the government would proceed diligently to take one step, one day at a time. And if they can cover, I would say, most of these policy objectives in the next 5 years, they could be sure that they will get a second term. Since 1997, there hadn't been a repeat of government. Everybody had a break and then they come back if they will. And hopefully that trend will break, but I believe you'll have to earn that. And I believe Mr. Davis, the Prime Minister, and his government would prove to us that they deserve a second chance, because things unfinished, if they can see it in progress, they will be able to persuade the people that, listen, we promised this, we've started it.
Well, it's interesting you use the phrase second chance, particularly when the second chance program was highlighted. It looks like there's a push to have further inclusion of people who have been marginalized in society to become productive citizens. I also found it very interesting, which appears to be some form of national youth service to protect younger people, which is something that our first Prime Minister really wanted to actually implement back in the 70s.
You know, hadn't it been for the naysayers and perhaps the causing of people's mind to feel that he wanted to be a dictator of sort, National Youth Service would have been here a long time ago. Because I remember well when the Prime Minister then, Sir Lyndon Pindling, made a push for youth service. The opposition basically had a campaign against it to suggest that he was looking out for his new army when he becomes a dictator. In other words, they were making it appear as though to set up a youth service would be for Sir Lyndon himself, rather than to develop young people and to give them an opportunity, as it were, to be a part of the development of their country. That didn't happen. I think Sir Lyndon backed away from it because they almost made it personal to him rather than the country's development. And I didn't think he wanted to be embroiled in a controversy when he was personally being seen as the person introducing it. So I'm hopeful that the new Prime Minister will go ahead, because we need a national youth service of a kind, so that young people will not find themselves on a block sitting all day. They've got to find something that will engage them meaningfully.
Developing skills.
Developing skills, because they can be trained. What make you feel they can't be? They can be, but they need an opportunity, something that is legislative. And the United States still does it. When you become 18, you got to find yourself in either the Army or the Navy or some government service by law. And we don't want to make it draconian, but if it isn't by law, people are going to say, I ain't got it.
Of course, first step, stabilizing the economy and trying to innovate to improve the economy. Although I note that the 10% VAT reduction will be implemented.
Yes, and the government proposed to offset that 10% VAT by collecting revenues that are due and owing to the government. There are some people, especially the rich, who have not paid taxes in years. And that's because there's little or no enforcement of the law as it relates to taxes. See, the poor need not worry about that because they ain't got nothing to tax anyway. The rich will be a little concerned that the taxes which are due to the government by law might finally be collected. But me and you, we ain't got much to talk about taxes. I mean, we pay our share, But you know, when you have multi-billion dollar corporations and multinational corporations, you should pay a fair share.
And of course, we have to get out of the pandemic in the best way, and there's a commitment to boosting healthcare services and infrastructure.
You have to, because like the Prime Minister's speech said, you cannot deal with the economy until you get this health situation under control. And he's put a minister, Dr. Darwell, in charge of the Health and Wellness Ministry. And if I know Dr. Darwell, he has already begun to do the work that is required of him. I'm noting that they have hospitals in New Providence to be built and in Grand Bahama. Listen, we've got to start to renew the people's faith in their government. You know, people have lost faith in governance over the years because they say a lot, but they do little. And you know, they say, yeah, they go again. So I believe this government has the challenge of producing what it says it will do, incrementally perhaps, but I believe Mr. Davis has already mandated his ministers to get to work and do what falls under your portfolio in this speech. You can't wait for me. I gave you responsibility, because if I got to do it myself, I don't need you. I mean, I'm saying that because he didn't say that, but I say that. Because if a prime minister hires a cabinet on whose members...
And in many cases given support through ministers of state to get it done.
So they really have very little excuse. Most of the previous ministries, especially when I served in the cabinet, we didn't have too many ministers of state, but all of the major ministries have ministers of state to support the minister in his quest to get the job done.
I'm sure senior citizens are anxious to find out what kind of increase they will get in their pension and when. But also really important is the benefits for the disabled as well, I believe.
Well, you know,
who, even though we have had laws in place, really have not been, we've neglected them.
Yes,
let's be honest.
I think so. Certainly, even if they were being given the assistance, you hear very little about it. So maybe we are not aware of all that has happened for the disabled amongst us. But I will draw reference to a lady I saw at the Attorney General's office. She is deaf, and she is the switchboard operator through some technical means. And I can tell you, man, she is as pleasant as they come. When I go there, it's a pleasure to just watch her do her work.
Well, yes, I mean, I engage with a lot of people who are actually less or differently abled, and they do quite an amazing job. Now, there are some other things that are already in progress that they say that they will actually just continue and further develop, like the digitization process, the relief, post-hurricane relief, etc. Interestingly enough, Abaco, Grand Bahama, and Ragged Island. Other areas that I wouldn't call it low-hanging fruit, but will be a little bit easier to perhaps achieve.
Well, you know, Julian, the government is a continuum. The management of the government changes, but the government of the Bahamas continues. So I would certainly expect those things that were good and working, the new government will improve on them, rather than cancel, review, and you know, that sort of stuff. They will have to do some of that from what I could see, but I think whatever is working to the benefit of the Bahamian people, they should just build on it and make it better. And I see in the pages of this speech a whole lot of things that I believe the government is going to try and accomplish during this 5 years.
Also interesting to see fixed parliamentary sessions.
I saw that.
Which to me is a nod at a fixed election date eventually.
Well, you know, the former Prime Minister campaigned on the fact that he will have fixed election date, fixed term for prime ministers, no political interference in the election and the electoral process, but none of it came to pass. And I'm not sure if that helped him to lose, but certainly if you make these promises, you should at least make an attempt to accomplish them.
And finally, anti-corruption laws and the Freedom of Information Act, which has never really completely been enacted, well, not completely implemented, let's say.
Well, you know, Brother Reed, it is important that corruption be stamped out at every level. And I say very little about it now, but there had been some things that was made public in the last weeks and months of the former government that this government must at least look into to be sure that people don't think you can do what you like with public thrust and get away with it. I mean, I don't go any further than that. But this anti-corruption intent must be fully realized straight across the board, from the past to the present. And those things that have gone under the radar or done under the table, the Bahamian people must know that that's not acceptable. I don't know how it will all turn out, but you know, when you put your hand in the cookie jar, and sometimes people say your whole body, you got to be made to pay. That's my view.
And any final words from you before?
Well, you know, it was just a pleasure for your inviting me here today, and I hope that I have added to the debate. I am hoping and praying, and I will continue to pray that the government succeeds, because when the government does what it promises to do for the Bahamian people, the people succeed. And so thank you so much for allowing me to be here. And I had front seat in Parliament this morning because of this invitation. I wasn't there, but I was here and there at the same time. What a blessing.
Well, we thank you for being here,
so
the
much.
Honorable V. Alfred Gray. And as we close, we're going to let you see some shots of the Parliament where we are apparently going to the House of Assembly, where they are meeting for a short time before they actually arrange their subsequent meetings, subsequent sittings, if you will, please.
God to bless the people of the Bahamas and bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Kalani. In this session now, we will forego the appointment of committee members until the next sitting of the House. I will now read the order of business. Prayers, reading of roll members, communications by the Speaker, introduction and swearing in of new members, laying of documents by ministers, statement and communication by ministers, communications by the clerk, messages from the Governor General, messages from the Senate, motion for leave of absence, leave to resign, seat, and new writs, presentations of petitions, presentations of reports of committees, adoption of reports of committees, first reading of bills, second reading and committal of bills, committee of the whole House, third reading and passing of bills, consideration of Senate amendments, resolutions, the chair recognizes Honourable Member for West End and Bimini.
I'd like to move the following resolution. Resolve that all bills, proceedings, and other papers connected with the present session of the House be printed unless otherwise resolved, and that Madam Speaker be and she is hereby authorized to enter into a contract or contracts for the proper performance of such printing, and also to ensure the early publication of the votes in pamphlet form. I so move.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Resolved that all bills, proceedings, and other papers connected with the present session of the House be printed unless otherwise resolved, and that Madam Speaker be, and she is hereby authorized to enter into a contract or contracts for the proper performance of such printing, and also to ensure the early publication of the votes in pamphlet form. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The resolution is agreed. Further resolutions?
Madam Speaker, I wish to move the following resolution. Resolved that Madam Speaker be, and she is hereby authorized to make provision for a chaplain so that prayers may be read at the beginning of each meeting of the House before any business is entered upon. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Resolved that Madam Speaker be, and she is hereby authorized to make provisions for a chaplain so that prayers may be read at the beginning of each meeting of the House before any business is entered upon. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The resolution is agreed. Further resolutions? If there are no further resolutions, notice. Member statements, appointment of select committees, instructions to select committee, discharge of select committees, notice for further meetings. The chair recognizes the honorable member for West End and Bimini.
Madam Speaker, I give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I or another member representing the government will move for the adoption of the following resolution. Resolved that a humble address be presented to His Excellency the Governor General, thanking him for his most gracious speech at the opening of Parliament. I so move.
Ordered that the notice be brought up. Further notices? Ordered that the notice do lie on the table. Further notices? Adjournment. The chair recognizes the honorable member for West End and Bimini.
Madam Speaker, be it resolved that the House at its rising adjourn until October 27th, 2021 at 10 a.m.
Is there a seconder? Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the House at its rising do adjourn to the 27th of October, 2021 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will rise. The motion is agreed. Final adjournment? The chair recognizes the honorable member for West End and Bimini.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the House do now adjourn. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House stands adjourned to the 27th of October, 2021 at 10 a.m.
Thank you for joining us.